Is it audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Very good morning to all distinguished professors, colleagues, presenters, and coordinators. I warmly welcome to the morning session of the conference on the celebration of centenary years of humanities and social sciences education in Sri Lanka. The session is about the employability issue of humanities and social sciences graduates in Sri Lanka. I cordially welcome the chairperson of the session, Professor K.A. Padmasiri Siddhisena, Emeritus Professor of Demography, University of Colombo. Professor Siddhisena is one of the pioneers in the field of demography in Sri Lanka. He was the founder head of the Department of Demography of University of Colombo. He also served as the director of the Demographic Training and Research Unit and as the director of the Colombo University Community Extension Center. Professor Siddhisena holds BA degree in Economics from University of Colombo, MA degree in Demography from Australian National University, and MSSC and PhD in Population Planning from the University of Michigan. He was the founder secretary and the president of Population Association of Sri Lanka and the editor of Sri Lanka Journal of Population Studies. He served as a consultant to many international bodies, including World Bank, IMF, World Health Organization, and International Labour Organization. He has authored more than 80 articles published in both local and international journals. Professor Siddhisena is co-chairing today's session with Dr. Neves Morais, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Morais obtained his bachelor degree in economics from the University of Jaffna and master degree in economics from the University of Colombo. He earned his PhD in development studies from the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. He is serving as an adjunct faculty in the University of West London. Dr. Morais has served as a consultant to many international bodies, including Oxfam and CARE International. I am now cordially inviting for both chairpersons to continue this session. Thank you.
Good morning. Is Professor Siddhisena is not available? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Is Professor Siddhisena not available at this moment? He's there, yes.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay, right. We can't hear.
We can't hear.
Sorry for the delay. We are in some technical issue.
As well as welcome our presenters as well as the participants for this session. And also thanks for introducing me. I'm really, it's a very important session today. We have this, under this century celebration of humanities and social science education of Sri Lanka. And this session be the employability issues of humanities and social sciences graduates. So we have three presenters here. So one by one, we actually take their presentation. And at the end of the sessions, we'll give 15 minutes to open the, forum to discuss. And any questions and answers, you can get it from our presenters. So we have qualified three presenters, I have to say that. And myself as well as Dr. Marias are the session chairperson. So I introduce two persons, and then I think Dr. Marias will take also another last person to introduce. So I think he's employed, you know that the most of the number of students, number of people who wants to enter to the humanities and social science field. And they like also, there is a huge demand for the social science and humanities. Therefore, we can discern that in the universities, 13 universities, we see lots of, students are there. But once they passed out, they have a problem. They are confronting some problem of finding jobs, even in the public sector as well as mostly the private sector. So what are the reasons, what are the factors, and what nature of, jobs available, and those things actually during this, workshop, we focus and discuss. So the first presenter, I cordially invite actually, he is actually going to present of views of stakeholders on employability of state university graduates by Professor Valiparam Kandasamy. And actually, he is a professor of management and has been working as a rector of Trincomalee campus of Eastern University, Sri Lanka, since 2015. He had served as Dean Faculty of Commerce and Management of Eastern University, Sri Lanka from 2004 to 2007. He received his PhD from the Postgraduate Institute of Management of the Sri Jawadanapura University and MSc in Management from the same university, and BBA from Eastern University, Sri Lanka. He is the author of 75 peer-reviewed research papers and 2 textbooks on management. So this is now I actually invite, and this is over to you, Professor Kanakasingham. Professor Kanakasingham. Is he there? Professor Kanakasingham, it is over to you now. You can present. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, Professor. Is it audible?
Yeah, sure. We can hear.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good morning to you,
Very good morning.
both the chair of the sessions as well as the ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I'm very happy to share with you some
Yes.
of my studies, which is mostly relevant to our themes.
Right.
The views of stakeholders on employability of state university graduates. So this presentation focusing on employment opportunities are limited to social science graduates, and unemployment of graduates is unsolved and long-term problem in Sri Lanka and other developed and developing countries. Therefore, I have formulated a research question here. Why do Sri Lankan universities continue to produce graduates to find hard to obtain the job in the employment market? For that purpose, I have used a single case study, multiple data source. My presentation will end with the findings, conclusion, and implication of the research. The background of the research, universities are the center of improving the quality of the human life, where knowledge production is a top priority. The institutional autonomy and academic freedoms are the vital features. These focus we have been seen shifted from knowledge production to market-driven centers with the aim of producing employable graduates. With the rise of new liberalism, the employability of the graduate has become more important than ever before. Therefore, the paradigm shift we can see in developed and developing countries like Sri Lanka and India. Many have a question the role played by Sri Lankan state universities. Therefore, the reason is high unemployment rate among Sri Lankan graduates, especially the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, which is the largest group. Half the graduates are unemployed. About 72% graduates are unemployed in state university after graduating from the within a 6 to 8 months period. This research question have been answered by previous number of researchers. They have concluded for the answer for this question, why do Sri Lankan universities continue to produce graduates who find it hard to obtain the job in the employment market? As far as the previous researchers they have highlighted, one of the main reasons is a mismatch between the aspiration of graduates and the employment opportunities. At the meantime, some of the researchers highlighted mismatch between supply and demand due to supply-driven education system with relevance to labor market condition. Further, other researchers they have highlighted there's a gap between the existing skills of the graduate and the skills expected by the employer. Therefore, these previous researchers concluded that mismatch are the reason for the problem, that there's no any research why these mismatches are existing. Therefore, I started my focus to answer that question. For that purpose, I used the research methodology focusing critical socio-constructivism paradigms using qualitative methods under the case study. I used the purposive and snowballing sampling method. Data were collected by using semi-success interviews, focus group discussion, and documentary evidence. These are the respondents for my research, number of stakeholders, internal as well as external stakeholders, including students, academia, industrialists, administrators, government sectors, UGC, ministry, as well as professional association, alumni association, and some student unions. So based on this research, the findings of the research I would like to highlight here. The purpose of the university, as far as their views, the main objective of the university to be produce the employable graduates. And also they have highlighted the another purpose of the universities and the faculties to generate the knowledge. Especially the industrialists and the academia both agreed there are certain set of attributes expected from the graduates. For example, interpersonal skills, IT skills, work ethics, etc. What they have agreed, those expected attributes are not available among the current graduates. The reason for that existing gap, they have highlighted attitudes of the academia, weak in industrial engages, lack of entrepreneurial orientation, and mismatch of curriculum with the employer's expectations. Therefore, the employer and academics are highlighted. These are the reason for the problems, but they are not addressed on it. Both parties agreed, even academic and industrialists, they have highlighted these are the reason for the problems, but they have not addressed on it. Therefore, I investigate continuously. So unemployment graduate has been influenced by saves of quality of academia and outdated curriculum of the existing degree programs, as well as lack of industrial engages. These three major causes have been influenced further. For example, saves of quality of academia, influence of negative attitudes of the academics, less research, and lack of resources in the faculties. Similarly, outdated curriculum has been influenced by lack of skills and attitudes in proper assessment, and also these existing curriculums are not aligned with the global changes. Further, my research highlighted the lack of industrial engages influenced by leaders are not interested. Leaders here, academic administrators are not interested to make a link with the industry. Therefore, there are no space to sharing their resources. And also, there's a lack of coordination cooperations among the internal and external stakeholders. So then I investigate further and found it. Lack of coordination and cooperation among the stakeholders is a core reason for the unemployment graduate in state universities in Sri Lanka. So based on this argument, I have further investigated to study the level of coordination cooperation among the various stakeholders. For example, academics and industries, academics and government staff, academics and academic administrators, and academic students. This level of coordination cooperation has been measured. The sub-theme of forum for dialogue, level of trust between main stakeholders, commitment towards achieving the common goals, and recognition of mutual expectation among the parties. The result overall shows clearly there's a lack of coordination and cooperation between academics and other stakeholders. In other words, due to less room for the forum for dialogue within faculty and university system, which leads to less trust between the main stakeholders. Further, the commitment towards achieving the outcomes, especially towards the common goals, are very weak. Therefore, the research finally recognizing there's a mutual expectation among the parties are at the poorest levels. Thus, the level of coordination and cooperation among the stakeholders are weak. Therefore, based on this argument, I have concluded my study. Lack of coordination and cooperation among the stakeholders influence on unemployment. Therefore, the recommendation is there could be the strong coordination and cooperation among the stakeholders of university is likely to ensure the employability of its graduates. So, considering this research with the experience of almost 26 years experience in academic and 16 experience in academic administration, I have given certain recommendation. One of the recommendation is we have to do further research or further investigation why faculties of humanities and social science fail to coordinate and cooperate among their stakeholders, resulting in low employability among their graduates. So the recommendation I would suggest, there could be the coordination and cooperation specially needed between the university and the industry. The university is not an isolated organization. It makes networks with other stakeholders. For example, we would say most of the universities are establishing business incubators or science park, technological parks. Similarly, university industry linkages have benefit both parties, especially universities. For example, academics get practical knowledge from the real life environment, and they can apply to the classroom to upgrade their current knowledge of the industry. Similarly, industry also can get the theoretical aspects with intellectual advisors to solve their real work-life problems in the organizations. I like to suggest some networking and connectivity strategies. 5-point networking connectivity strategies, for example, industry networking, alumni networking, global networking, social networking, government networking. These 5 networking more important to the faculties and the university to establish good coordination and cooperation among particularly both the major stakeholders, university or faculty or academia and the industry. For example, industry networking, develop academic network with the global and national academia and the industries. Alumni networking, strong and proactive alumni provide financial support to bright and needy students, especially getting placements, personality groomings and industry exposure, so on. Global networking is also not needed because those experiences of different countries and different cultures where group of internship through institutional collaborative arrangement could be develop this coordination and cooperation. Especially faculty of humanities and social science should develop social networking. For example, generating awareness regarding the local and global issues related to the social, environmental, religious and political phases, but also give the real life experience to the graduate in improving the world around them. Not only for the industry, but also the university should develop government networking, provide advisory services to the government related to socio-economic and political technological development of the region and the nation. In order to improve the university and industry linkages, I would suggest, as per the experience from the America or Europe and other developing countries of a certificate and master courses, they have a different forms of formation. For example, they could be able to establish research support, cooperative research, knowledge transfer, technology transfer. These are the certain strategies we could be able to work with the industry to improve the research culture towards the industry perspective. And also, based on this experience, I have highlighted some of the potential areas, especially the university or faculty could establish immediately. For example, university include industrial internship in the curricula. Most of the humanities faculties now moving towards giving the 4 credit or 3 credits subject as an internship for the students in the final year. Similarly, we can encourage the industrial visits as well as industry visit for the academics, improve some laboratory facilities or other infrastructure facilities with the support of the government and the industries. And also we could able to provide the staff to involve industry in teaching programs. For example, we can hire the people from the industry in the teaching panel, developing certain mechanism to link the university with the industries, publish university activities related to industry, as well as jointly conduct some symposium or workshops and seminars or meetings. There are a number of ways we could able to work with the industry in order to improve the coordination cooperation between the academia and the industries. I would suggest there could be the encouragement to industry representative in the university committee. For example, faculty board, we could able to encourage 3 external members. At least one of the external member could be from the private sector. Similarly, we could able to invite certain industrial people in the teaching panel. We could develop some case study research publications. There are many ways to work with the industry to improve the coordination and cooperation between the both sectors. These are the world examples. Due to the time concern, I did not explore. But I would suggest, end of this presentation, there could be the changes in the culture in the university system, particularly allowing academic to work in industries and industrialists to engage in teaching and research panel to the universities. This is a best example. We could say University of Moratuwa. Most of the engineering faculty in the country, most of the medical faculty in the country, they are adapting this practice. So we could be able to adapt. Similarly, establishing industry shell with a person with a positive attitudes toward industrialists at universities. There could be the industrial cell. Now JUBL is there, encouraging activities of the JUBL, appointing the person who is having positive attitude to make with the industries. Encourage dialogue and reach an argument among the stakeholders in order to achieve trust and understanding. And also we should have an opportunity to change the values, beliefs and norms and prevailing in the university system. I hope these cultural changes definitely will support us to improve the teaching learning environment of the university with the support of the industries. That could lead to the good coordination and cooperation among the industry that will lead to good employment opportunity of our graduates. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kanakasingham. It's very interesting and very informative and very productive as well as very proactive kind of recommendation you made about the employability for the graduates of HSS, Humanities. And so very thank you very much for that. We will wait what kind of, the questions will arise at the end. So the next presenter is all giving the title is what? Yes, Measuring Graduate Employability, Methodological Issues by Professor Atula Ranasinghe. Yeah, Professor Atula Ranasinghe is a senior professor in economics, the University of Colombo. He possesses BA Economics, Special University of Colombo, postgraduate diploma in economic development, MA Econ in Thammasat University, Thailand, and PhD from Tinbergen Institute of University of Amsterdam. He was Dean of the Faculty, former Dean of the Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo, and he is serving as visiting lecturer at University of Fiji and honorary professor of Macquarie University, Australia, Sydney. His research interest is in economics of education, labor economics. He has published in economics of education, labor economics, development economics, law and economics, and industrial development in top journals published in Sri Lanka and overseas. Yeah, he is in my university as well, so I know him well. So anyway, I cordially invite him also to present his paper on measuring graduate employability methodological issues. Yes, Professor Anasinghe, over to you.
I hope you can see my slides, but there is something. I have to go to the first slide first.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry that is. Okay.
Now we got.
Yeah. First of all, I must thank Senior Professor Premukumara for nominating me for this valuable conference, and also Professor Siddhisena, one of my gurus of my research methods and other type of things. Though he did not teach me directly in a class, he was a kind of a mentor for me for many cases, for many, including my undergraduate to the post PhD. So his contribution directly and indirectly, even after PhD, I have a lot of informal discussions. So I'm very happy to see you, sir, here. Okay, now this presentation is about the measuring graduate employability methodological issues. In the previous presentation, we heard the findings of a very new research by Professor Kanayasingham. Actually, most of these are very much relevant to the discussion that we need to, come up with in this 100 years time. In my presentation, I have a kind of a question mark about the methodologies used in the employability research, especially measuring the graduate employability. However, when I say that there are some issues about the methodological part of the research, I'm not going to totally deny what the others have done in the previous time. Most of the statistics provided, most of the information provided through those researchers are actually very accepted. And therefore, this is not a question about the validity of those researchers. So my issues are mainly about the future research. And therefore, I would like to continue from this slide. I missed my slides here. Okay. So I have organized my presentation into three main topics as the unemployment education, the nexus between unemployment and education in general situation, general observations and interpretation. Magnitude of the graduate unemployment problem in Sri Lanka state universities, HSS versus all others. That's the second topic, which is basically what the Professor Kanayasingham research as well. I have covered the same using the literature review. And third is about the main part of my presentation, issues of employability research, which I have divided into two as the definitional issues and the conceptual framework issues pertaining to the conceptual framework.
Sir, am I audible? Yeah. Sir, sorry to disturb you. Sir, your presentation is not visible. I think it's gone.
Yeah.
We can't see your presentation.
Okay, there's something happened. Okay, let me just retake. Okay.
Professor, you can reshare this.
Yeah,
slide.
I shared, but there's something happened, and I thought you are seeing it. Okay, here it is now. Can you see now?
Not yet. It's okay. Now
Yes,
it's
now
all
we
right.
can.
Okay, sorry for that. So, conceptual frame, let's say employable research issues, I have broadly classified into two as the issues related to the definitions, employability versus unemployment, and measuring unemployment rates. And then the conceptual framework, that's issues pertaining to the conceptual framework of the employability research. Yeah, I have divided this conceptual framework into as the process quality and graduate outcomes. Basically, that's about the general and partial equilibrium in terms of economic analysis. And then the quality of graduate outcomes, that was the hidden dimensions of the graduate unemployability. First, you can see here the graph, which I have constructed using the data available from the quarterly labor force survey reports 2020. Here I have graphed level of education, the rate of unemployment against the level of education. And the three lines representing female, overall, and male. Red line is for female, continuous line is for general, overall, and the dotted line, black line, is for male. All shows an equal picture. That is, there is a positive relationship between unemployment rate, incidence of unemployment, and the education. This is sort of a surprising finding, actually, from a theoretical perspective. If you take the human capital interpretation, you may be surprised to see this, because human capital approach assumes that education is one of the ways of accumulating human capital, and the persons with more human capital are the winners in the labor market. And therefore, we would expect a negative relationship in general, in a very gross human capital theoretical framework. However, there are sufficient number of interpretations for the positive relationship between unemployment and the level of education. I have listed three here. These are general things, not specific about the graduates. First one is the high expectations. As you are being more educated, you have more expectations. And those you are waiting for until you find the job that you expect. So there are three alternative and still very closely linked theories in economics. We have the reservation wage theory, queuing theory, and the search theory. I don't have time to explain all this. Basically, the reservation theory is that every unemployed youth is having a minimum wage rate in their mind until such time that they find a job which matches with the reservation wage. They keep unemployed by themselves. An interesting real-world application of this high expectation theories is from the Martin Rama, 1999. Actually, Martin Rama published this article first 1999 as a World Bank publication, and then he has a journal article based on the same findings in a later years, but I have referred here to the original article, 1999, where Martin Rama identified that there is a positive relationship between level of education and unemployment, and he explained that in terms of the high expectations. That educated youth have higher expectations in terms of the wage and the non-wage benefits. So they wait until such time that they get the job. And the second one is the inappropriateness of education, which the previous presenter was very much highlighted, inappropriateness of the education. Basically, here we are talking about a skill mismatch. In the modern context, we are talking about the two types of skills, hard and soft skills. So absence of hard and soft skills with the HSS graduates is used as an explanation of the presence of high unemployment problem among the graduates. And there are many studies. I will summarize most of the studies from the beginning 2008 to 2017, which have contributed to explain this high unemployment. And then graduate choice is the third explanation. That's basically the mismatch theory, attitude mismatch. The attitude mismatch concept was first introduced by ILO 1972 in the context of Sri Lanka, and that is also famous as the Sears report because of the leader of that team who investigated the unemployment problem in Sri Lanka, Dudley Sears. So it is also famous in his name. So these are the three explanations. Now, this is generally about the unemployment problem in Sri Lanka. What about the unemployment problem of the graduates? Here I have a slide. I have extracted this graph from the tracer studies, UGC tracer study 2017. This tracer study report was produced by Professor Gunaratna and his team. Professor Gunaratna was then the deputy chairman of the UGC. So he has compiled the data available tracer studies for all the universities, and then he came up with this graph. So you can see that this graph is actually about the rate of unemployment against the subject stream. You can see that the first three, architecture, computer science, and IT, education, there's no unemployment at all, zero unemployment. But gradually, unemployment start increasing as you go down here, and it becomes highest for the arts and performing arts graduates, where the unemployment rate is over 50% for arts, and for performing arts graduates, it is 57%. This is a convocation survey results. So generally, convocations are held on average in 6 months to 1 year time period. So this is a situation they are say after in between 6 to 12 months time period after graduation. So after graduating, if they are after 6 months or 7, 8 months time, so 1 year time, if 50% of graduates are unemployed, that's a big issue. Actually, in addition to that, we also have all those small percentage are underemployment. Arts 4% and the performing arts 5.7%. Now the question is, what are the reasons for that? Professor Kanagasingham has a lot of explanation about this based on his own research. Now I'm going to provide some supportive evidences for his contribution using this table. Actually, this table is a summary of the most of the major researches undertaken during this period about the graduate employability. The first column, the blue one, is the authors and the years. And the second column is the reasons they have provided for the graduate unemployment problem. Start from 2008, Aryavansa's work, and ends from 2017, Singham K. work. Kanagasingham work is the same, I don't know, the same professor. Professor Kanagasingham 2017.
Same.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
then you can see that I have highlighted those reasons with different colors. And you can see that the yellow color is appeared throughout from the 2008 to 2016, which has the same, nearly the same reason. If I read a couple of them, lack of professional orientation, employable skills, lack of skills, employable skills, software skills, professional qualifications, lack of English IT, absence of practical, reflective, and instrumental knowledge, and lack of professional, all are basically about the second explanation, inappropriateness of the university degree programs to the labor market. This has become the popular from the beginning to now. Now, Professor Kanagasingham, today's presentation also highlighted very much about the inappropriateness of the curriculum, actually not only curriculum, but also the pedagogy. Both the way that we teach and also what we teach. And there are also some other important things, starting from Aryavansa. It's only by found it, excess supply and demand deficiency. So there is an argument that universities are producing too much of social science graduates or humanities and social science graduates. And the labor market is not large enough or sufficient enough to absorb all these people. So there is a demand-supply gap as a result of that. So that's the basic two theories governing in the unemployment problem in the world. That's about the mismatch theories and the demand deficiency theories. And then there's another interesting, that is in the light blue color, academic qualifications are generally evaluated by the title that they earned, BSc, BA, BCom, etc. And the medium that they learn, that is Disanayaka and Benfantello, 2011. I hope I pronounce the names correctly. And also the same thing has come from the Chandrakumar's 2014 article, degree type. Basically, this contributes to the signaling theory, that the degree type has a sort of a stigmatized type and the good types. So if we have BA, for example, that's a sort of a less popular in the labor market, and therefore they don't get the job. So BSc and BB, yeah, there are different titles coming to that, and therefore the degree title, that's a signal, degree as a signal. If you get a bad signal, you don't get a job. If you have a good signal, you get a job. And the next thing that I want to highlight is this is a pink thing. That's a social capital and the poor network, both are same. That's also another argument from Chandrasekhar and the Kanagasingam's articles that social capital, the lack of social capital among the graduates, social science graduates, humanities graduates, is identified as one of the main or key reasons for them to be unemployed. And there are many others also. Among them, I would like just one, that's about the school education. That's also very important because the problems start from the school education. Actually, Professor Kanasingam's presentation about establishing links, so dialogues, discourse among different stakeholders, I would be very happy if we can also add the education ministry or the schools or represent the schools, because we get the input from the schools and we develop our output based on that. And therefore, we also need to have a very close affiliation with the institutions which provide the inputs for us. So this is basically what the main things identified by the various researchers in the reasons for graduate unemployment. And then the methodological issues, I just go to the sites to describe it. First, it's the issue about the employability versus employment. Actually, in almost all the researchers, national and international, all the researchers have very clearly identified the difference between employability and employment. However, whenever it comes to the empirical research, due to the difficulties of measuring employability, most of them have limited to analyze only the employment data. Therefore, employability is actually the ability of the person to find a job in a competitive labor market, locally and globally. Employment is that he or she is actually employed. So there's a small gap, but gap has a lot of meanings. And among all these employability definitions, one of the very interesting things I found is the Harvey 2001. In Harvey 2001, he defined employability in two terms, two pillars. One is the individual employability and other one is the institutional employability. It's not only that we have to inculcate the employable skills among the graduates, but also we have to win the reputation as an institution in the labor market, that as an institution which is doing good, producing some profit from useful graduates and doing good research. So there's a very close link between the universities and the labor market industries. So there are no any direct evidences about the individual employability and the institutional employability, but I found some very rough figures which may support us to understand the level of individual employability and especially in institutional employability in Sri Lanka. That is based on the University of Colombo trace study. It's a UGC trace study for University of Colombo, 2017, where I found that overall situation when the respondents asked those employed graduates at the convocation time, asked, where do you get the information about job? 14% overall mentioned that they got the information from the university or some university-related links. However, when it comes to the faculty, social science and humanities, in Colombo, we don't have humanities faculty, but the arts faculty and the performing arts faculty in the Sri Pali, both, only 5% of the graduates have claimed that they got the information about the job from the university or its links, some sources. So that's a difference. And then there's another indication about the institutional employability in the same survey. That is, the respondents are asked how far the university reputation contribute you to find a job. Overall, 22% said that university reputation has a lot to contribute to my job, help me to find a job. Whereas when you go to the social science and the humanities, that's the arts and the fine arts faculties, only 6% have graduates said that we have the university reputation or the faculty reputation to find the job. So this has some indirect, statistics about the institutional employability of the faculties of arts and humanities. This is only about the Colombo. I'm sure the same question is monitored across the board for all the universities. I'm sure you can find that as well. And Professor Siddhisena, you are doing a new research, I guess. So I think, I don't know whether you have collected this. So if you can look at it across the board for all the universities, this will be a very useful finding. And another aspect of the employability issue is the QS ranking. All we know what QS ranking is. QS ranking has classified the employability criteria into 5 sub-criteria. You can see the numbers here. Out of these 5, the employment, the actual employment of the current graduate, that's an immediately passed graduate, has given only 10% weight. So there are many more things that we need to understand about the employability, not only whether the graduate is employed or not. And then I have summarized below here, employment of immediately passed out graduates, employment rate is given only 10% weight. And there's another item in this QS ranking, there is this alumni outcome index, which carries 25%. Actually, alumni outcome index is not only about the employability of the graduates in the long term, that's much wider. That's about the percentage of high achievers among the alumni. High achievers, or the trendsetters, you can call them, or the world changers, the people who has contributed to change the economy, change the society, change the opinions in politics, in social and economics, all the fronts. So that is the high achievers. So that has been 25%. But here, graduate employment is 10%. So when we stress on the graduate employment only as the key for this success, then you can see that we are achieving only 10% of it. Therefore, there are many more things that we should do when we want to increase the graduate employability of the arts faculties. And then, second thing, what the measuring unemployment. I have
Professor Ramsingh, excuse me, within 2 minutes, can you?
Yeah, that's the last one. So maybe a few more slides. So you know about the UN Convention. That is about the Census Statistics Department collect information about the individuals, and then they classify people into various, employed, whether they are employed or unemployed. Whereas in the UGC employability survey, we capture only the respondents' perception, and therefore there is a problem of comparison. We cannot compare the perceptions with the objectively measured unemployment rates. And then conceptual framework problem. Since there's no time, I just skip this slide. Basically, this is what I want to discuss with you. Here we have demand and supply side factors. The supply side factors start from the schools. Schools provide the inputs of university, and university inculcate knowledge, skills, and attitudes in the graduates, and all these 3 together contribute to the employability. That's why this bracket should come up here. So employability of the graduates. And then employability is only one side, there's supply side, and there's a demand side, assuring that there are sufficient number of jobs, then demand and supply side match, and then employment. And this actual employment is also affected by the individual factors, family factors, and the social factors. In this context, I would like to highlight one very important finding of my good friend, Dr. Priyanka Dunisam of Colombo University. He has a very interesting finding there. What is that? He found that about the self-employment. The success of self-employment is decreasing with the education. Higher educated people, that's a basically family background factor. If you are in the self-employment sector, if you have a family background, there's a high possibility that you become success. However, without family background effect, if you have just the education, then the higher education has a very little contribution to the success of the self-employment, and therefore the family factors also affect the employment. So these are the basic things. And then last two slides, I guess, the quality of graduate output. That's the second theoretical conceptual approach that we can use. Instead of looking at the process of the graduates, we can also look at the final outcome of the graduate's production. So measure employability in terms of the performance after graduation. Again, there are internal and external outcomes. Internal is the success of education. External is the labor market outcomes mainly. So employment, wage, job satisfaction, and promotions, and good citizenship. There are many things. That's also an outcome of the graduation. And especially that comes to arts and social faculties. And most of the systematic studies are on the labor market outcomes. So I just highlight a few things here and then wind up the session. So here, I have two statistics, the underemployment, social science versus others. You can see here statistics, and mismatch, again same, and reservation wage, 47,000 rupees for the HSS, whereas 56,000 rupees for the other rest. That's a 20% higher. And earned wage overall 40,000, and the HSS 31,000. So that's a slight difference. And there is a general, this is very important thing. Again, yes, that's finished. Okay, so, Dr. Dunu Singh has analyzed the data using the census statistic data, labor survey data, identifying the wage distributions. What we can see is that arts, agriculture, and science graduates, the wage distributions are same. Although they win in the job race, they are collapsing to the same wage distribution. So that's a sort of question that we can ask. What is the reason for that? They compete for the same similar jobs. Our science and agri graduates are shifting from their traditional jobs to the jobs that formerly dominated by the arts graduates. And then the question is about the social returns for the science and agriculture. So the question is actually, when you talk about the unemployment, employability of graduates, it is not only a problem of the social sciences. It's a problem across the board, other than those faculties producing the professional graduates.
Right.
So I think this can be the end of my presentation. So maybe we can discuss about others when the discussion time. Thank you very much for the time.
Professor Anasinghe, yes, time out, but it's very, I know that very, very interesting and methodological issues you discuss. I know as a technical economist and also economics of education, you are really expert in this field, so you can tell more and more, but no time. So because we have to keep some time for the discussion as well. So the next presenter, I think he will, limit to 10 minutes time for presentation. So next presenter will be introduced by Dr. Moraes. Yes, I think.
Thank you, President Sena. The presenter for this session is Professor Jayasingham. We all know him. I mean, he is from the Eastern University of Sri Lanka, a former Vice Chancellor of the same university. Long years of academic experience. As we all know, Professor Jayasingham is a multidisciplinary person. If you look at his profile, primarily trained in the field of natural sciences, but also has equally contributed to analyzing socio-economic as well as environmental issues, greatly contributing to the contemporary debates on socio-economic and environmental issues. And his presentation today is titled as Square Pegs in Round Holes, which is a very unique title, very catchy title he has chosen for his presentation. So apart from being an academic, I mean, he has a wealth of experience in his association with international agencies such as World Bank and UNDP, and also environmental organizations and also civil society organizations. So that indicates that he has rich perspectives on this topic where he's going to talk about employment perceptions of graduates and its impact on their acquisition of skills as well as having access to income earning opportunities. So let me now welcome Mr. Jasingam to make his presentation. Over to you, Professor Jasingam.
How do I do this? Share screen. My screen, okay. Okay. Whatever that is. Is that fine? Can you
Yes,
see
we
my
can.
screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Right. Great. Thank you very much, actually, for the invitation, and thank you very much for Professor Moraes and the chair, actually, for introducing me beautifully, much more than what I deserve. And let me thank the HSS and also UGC for really organizing this. I'm really very pleased that 100 years have gone for this discipline, which shows how important this is. Long before the university system started, they had started on all this. So let me congratulate them and the organizers actually for inviting me. Well, let us get on to this one. Square pegs and round holes, it's nothing very serious about it. Basically, we are talking about a mismatch. This is what both previous speakers have been telling us. There is a big mismatch in every aspect we talk about. And that is what I also want to expand. And being a natural scientist, I was feeling a little nervous, but I was very happy when I heard the chairman's profile. He said demography. I also worked on plant demography. So that's okay. Somewhere close, somewhere in the line, plant demography, population biology. So a little bit I can say I can fit into it somewhere. But actually, mainly the whole thing is about employability and employment, which is much more general than actually much more details. And I can hide behind both previous speakers. They are given all the references, all the details, technicalities. So I can just speak only. So that's very easy for me. Thanks very much. And I'm not having difficult slides. So again, as we said, employment, they looked at it in one view of employment and employability. For me, as in terms of employment, well, there is someone paying a wage and someone actually working for it. Even if it is self-employment, there is a wage coming somewhere, wage or income, whatever you want to call it, and you're trying to make it. So there is an income involved. And along with the employment, there is also a power struggle. There is power, because once you are employed, you have some amount of power, whether you are the president or the whoever it is, there is a president, there is a power involved. There is a sustainability involved. Why should people be employed? There is a sustainability employed, and there is a status involved. So these are things that you also have to associate. Being, we say, a population biologist, eventually it's an evolutionary significance. Why do you want to be employed? You want to be better than someone else. You want to have your progeny going to the next generation better than others. What's the chance of success of your generation is the issue here. Because otherwise, all of us can just sit at home, forget about it. And if we don't have, the hungry problem is not there, we can just go to sleep forever. So I'm saying this is also a power struggle. Evolutionarily, it's a competition. Whether you like it or not, it's a competition. Everyone wants to do better than the other. Everyone knows you're going to die, then for what? You think you can do better for the next generation. You want to place yourself today. If you look at education, you have grade 1 students going for elocution. They are going for everything what you can think of. Except life, they are doing everything else. Because we think by making that, we can make them the best person to fit the future world. The whole thing is on evolution. You want to produce a better progeny than the others. So all what you are doing about this employment is that. That is the competition you are seeking for. You want better employment. You think a better employment will give you better income, better power, better sustainability, better status, eventually better success. What do you mean success? Success of your successor. You have a better family in future. So basically, I'm looking at it entirely completely from a biological point, population biology point, but that is real. And then also with the employment, that is also associated with it. Not necessarily everyone has it. This is the one that we'll be talking about later. It's about the passion you have. Some are lucky to have employment within their passion, within their interest, and sometimes the conveniences. Next to your home, you like to have your employment. Some of these work and some of these don't. And employability, actually, Professor Atula explained what employment and employability is there. Now here what happens is we are talking about for employability, your academic qualification, your experience, skill, logistics, school, home, income, all this comes as actually your employability, right? But may not have passion, interest, skills at home. You may be totally, fish out of water in some other employment. We have seen people who are in various things. Take education. Government gives 50,000 people to go and teach. I know half the people don't know what the hell is teaching about. And they just go because they get a job and they have a security, they have this one. So they are interested in going. So there are a lot of places where that is not employability per se. Someone is being employed, but it doesn't come into their passion or interest or skill. And even we say now later I might talk or might not, even take about the doctors, engineers and all, especially doctors. Everyone who goes to study, we say medicine, is not going there with the interest. It's the social stigma that you have to become an engineer or doctor. You just go with the wind. It's not, you never even think back. So employability is also a question that we have to talk about later, because when we are talking about, because Professor Kanasingam told about education, then later we say Professor Atula was speaking about the differences. So we can discuss a little later. I'll just pass on. Look at the system. I think that system is more important. Now the basic schooling. Every one of us previous speakers were talking. It's not only tertiary education where we are talking employability, we are talking about HSS graduates. But an HSS graduate does not come from heaven. He or she comes from primary school, secondary school, and they come into the university. So whatever you do at the basic, it's like this. If your seedling or seed growth is bad, you are never going to get a better tree. If it's infected at the base, then it's going to be very, very difficult to correct it. This is something we have to understand. Our system, we change the primary school system separately, middle school separately, university separately. One never tallies with the other. It makes it very, very difficult. Basic schooling, we have lots of issues. We can talk about one day, I think. Then we have to attract students to give midday meals so they come there. The other one I like to talk about, it may be controversial, maybe not, people may not like it. People, just because you don't want to fail people or keep people one more year, we just let everyone go to O levels. Now I think even A levels, right? People who cannot sign their name, who cannot write the sentence, go from year to year to year. They go to O level and get 8 Fs. How can a person get 8 Fs in O level? At least just one pass. So if you're having that type of people just going up, we are really making people go to that level and say they failed in O level. But they'll have a certificate saying they passed grade 9. If you can't sign your name passing grade 9, we are really cheating someone, cheating us. So I think the system that we had before, whether it's going to be small school, grade 5 or grade 8, people are distilled. And then they might go to appropriate alternatives. We are talking about the developed countries. We are talking about education, their research and everything. But the whole system, we are not willing to accept. We should be putting people into areas where they can do better. Every one of us probably would have been abroad somewhere. See, there, you go to some places, the fisherman just goes in the Benz car, parks there, gets into his boat, goes fishing, comes back in the Benz car to the pub or club or whatever it is. It's not like what we say fisherman means we have something against them, a farmer, we have something against them. So it's these type of things actually hasn't developed our education at level. So if this is not developed, then eventually employment and employability also will get affected. Because if you're going to have people coming with 8 Fs at O level, okay, the people who pass go to A level, but I'm just talking about a whole system as a whole. So I think we have to be more talking about appropriate and things. Technological faculties, we have just started now. UGC, don't blame me, but how many technological faculties really have the facility to do technological studies? Because we have just made a technological faculty because we know that has to be there. I think the technological faculty should have started, and 5 years later we should have taken students. The faculty should establish with technological facility. If you're going to teach the same thing what you teach in science and agriculture and things, right? Except a few, maybe the engineering faculties may be different. But otherwise, I don't think, it's my opinion, it may not be right. All the technological faculties of today are not fully equipped to teach full technology. But what I'm saying is, but at least we have found out that technological study is more important, so people are being channeled. Skill development is a fact everyone has been talking about, which is actually very necessary. Okay, come to the student. Students arrive aimless. This is something, ask me. I don't like to tell A and B. When I went to the university doing science, I knew, okay, I'm going to do science. I had no idea about a special degree. I had no idea about what I was going to do. Okay, science faculty, Peradeniya University. Oh, good, that's all. But whereas now in the other developed countries, what we say, they go there and they say, no, I want to do music, I want to do chemistry, I want to do this thing. For whatever reason, people are better informed and they know what they want to do. So it makes it much easier. Now here students, most of them, forget about, as people were saying, about professional courses, you have no choice. You go to MBBS, you are going to end up as doctor. You don't have a choice. But I'm talking about others like HSS, arts, science, all these things. You go there, there are so many opportunities. You take A-level, even when they're filling the application forms, they don't know what to fill because they really have no idea what you can go from. Right? And then employer wants specifics. Right? That's a big mismatch where you are talking about student arrive aimless, employer wants specific, just the university gives that. So do we really make, right, the round holes fit the square pegs? I'm not sure, right? Poor funding, that has been something we fought once upon a time as FUTA, as we wanted 6%, because funding is a big issue. Because you can't have everything being done to many people, their choices and things, unless you have diversity of classes, education, all these matches. So I think we need much more, and we need a holistic plan. I think it must be planned to match the secondary education. Our secondary education and tertiary must match. Some other places it does not match. People come with nothing and then they have to start here. Once upon a time we had agriculture, then coming into science, then they took agriculture out. Four subjects became 3 subjects. So many things. Whether how much of input went into that, I'm not really sure. Example should not be extremes, but norms. Not to worry about, we say, when we talk about something, they say, oh, look at 2 of our people went and got very bright thing in Harvard. It's not about the few we are talking about. We should talk about the main numbers. That should be better. Sorry.
Excuse me, Professor, can you within a minute? Is that okay? 1 minute time?
Yeah. 1 minute? Okay. Right? If that's so, okay. So basically what happens is, and about practicals in 1972, that was one of the things we really took it off, which I thought was not the best, because practical was important. After 20 years of, we say this standardization, still we haven't got back to it. So I think we are just not doing enough. Then what I'm saying is self also has a lot to really contribute to it. Student also has to put his side, right, into the education. You can't expect university to come. University can give you opportunities. Going to even foreign universities, they give you opportunity to go for English, go for whatever, maths, computing. Then they really have to look at that, right? Employers see pure and employers seek fitting graduates. Sometimes our employers too are now becoming little bit lazy. They want tailor-made people coming to them, which may not be easy, right? So I'm just saying, as long as SHS graduates, in my opinion, I think there are a lot of available slots, but we really do not really make it into that. My just recommendations, I'll just close up with that one. Lack of critical thinking at schools, I think that has to improve. Moving to O-level without regulation itself doesn't make good for secondary schools. Practical in schools have to really start. University needs diversity courses beyond numbers. You need more money. Everyone who goes into arts faculty need not end up with 3 subjects and end up with whatever it is. State university must become competitive. That's very important. UGC cannot actually maneuver to bring a unified syllabus, but the competition itself is going to be the important thing. This is what even the first speaker was saying. HSS curriculum change. I think it has to continuously change, which both have emphasized, and this need not wait for 5 years. We have to do it much, much more logically. And I think, so I don't want to go over. So I think I'll just say thank you. If you do have any question, we'll take it later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jayasingham. It is also very important and very useful paper and very informative. Sorry for actually we time up because we
No
have
issue.
to start the next session also because the studio should be ready for the next session. And so I thank finally for the three presenters of Professor Kanasakadingam and Professor Anasinghe and Professor Jayasingham, who gave actually very interesting and very informative and very useful three papers. And for the discussion, even we don't have now time, I think whatever the people, the participants needed, actually they can direct to these authors and the presenters, and we can discuss. So if we, in the afternoon, if you have time, where you can ask even some questions, and we can make the answers. And even we have a presentation also in the afternoon about the survey reports, and in there also you can raise some questions. So thank you very much for the listening of all these three papers and other things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have now reached to the end of a fruitful discussion on the employability issue among graduates of humanities and social sciences in Sri Lanka. I'm really thankful to the chairperson, Professor K.A. Padmasiri Siddhisena and Dr. Neves Morais for your continuous commitment to given to the success of this session. And thank you very much. And I'm thankful for all the presenters and the session coordination, Ms. Dilushi Kodituakku, for her smooth support for this session. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the UGC for arranging such a fruitful event to make awareness about the issue of graduate unemployment among humanities and social sciences in Sri Lanka, which require an urgent attention and action from policymakers and higher education institutions in Sri Lanka. Let's wind up the session now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. You are most welcome to the technical session D. The theme of the session is learning and teaching environment, ragging, political issues, resource limitation, etc. So this session will be co-chaired by Dr. Pratibha Mahanamheva and Dr. K. Sudhakar. Let me briefly introduce you Dr. Pratibha Mahanamheva. He is the rector of the Sri Pali campus. He was a senior lecturer, Faculty of Law, University of Colombo. He holds doctorate, master's and bachelor's degrees in law, and his doctorate is from the University of Queensland, Australia, master's from the University of Melbourne, Australia. His first degree is from the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. He is an attorney at law in the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka and has membership in the International and Sri Lankan Bar Association. At the same time, let me also briefly give an introduction to Dr. K. Sudhakar, who is a senior lecturer in geography, currently works as Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Arts of University of Jaffna. His research interest is land use optimization and planning, land use change modeling, livelihood mapping and risk mapping. He worked as head of the Department of Geography and director of career guidance. He participated in several workshops on curriculum planning and development and contributed in preparation of a strategic management plan. He also has experience in national and international research collaborations. He published several research papers and books and served as visiting research fellow at LAC University, Canada. Since we are already kind of behind the schedule, let's not waste time. Over to you, Dr. Pratibha.
Thank you very much. My colleague, Dr. K. Sudhakar, also co-chair in this session. And this is a very timely topic and also a burning issue in the universities of Sri Lanka. Not only Sri Lanka, in other countries also we see this. So the topic here, ragging, political issues, resource limitations, etc. So etc. means a similar meaning when you come to legal interpretation. So there are 3 papers, and I kindly request from every presenter to limit their papers 10 to 14 minutes. And then we are having a session of discussion. So Mr. Dr. K. Sudhakar, you also can comment if you have any views.
Thank you very much. And let me give me the chance to, as I chair this important technical session, because as Mr. Nimal, as Pratibha Nayaka said, these are very important topics in the theme topics, because nowadays all 3 papers are very, very important, and also current issues and burning issues. All 3 are very resourceful persons. I think this session definitely must be very, very useful and informative. I think with this very introductory remarks, we directly go to the presenters. Thank you very much.
The first paper, Learning Activities and Assessment Tasks in the Humanities and Social Science Study Program by Professor S.M.P.K. Setunga. Over to you.
It is my great pleasure to present at this conference. I will discuss teaching, learning activities and assessment tasks in the Humanities and Social Sciences study programs. Outline of the presentation, background, problem statement and objectives, research questions, program review of the Humanities and Social Sciences HSS study programs, analysis of the program review reports focusing on teaching and learning, findings, conclusion. The background. Social sciences and humanities consist of heterogeneous set of academic disciplines that help provide answers and reflect on various dimensions of society and human behavior. Research regarding teaching and learning in higher education at the intersection between SSH and STEM science, technology, engineering, and maths can frequently be found in the context of sustainability in what is referred to as education for sustainable development. Australian major faculty, arts faculty, pointed out that after the focus group study conducted, reveals that students are looking for deeper learning experiences than they were currently achieving and needed clearer information on suitable learning strategies. Although the social sciences curricula create a conducive environment in terms of inculcating soft skills in the graduates, several issues could be identified in the social sciences teaching learning process in Sri Lankan higher education. Furthermore, in the Sri Lankan context of the arts and social sciences stream, some disciplines are updated and some are behind those of the modernized world. Udayanga 2018 pointed out that finding. In my opinion, reflection and evidence-based analysis of our curricula and the teaching learning process with students and other stakeholder feedback are vital in order to cater the expectation. The problem statement, according to Udayanga 2016, the undergraduate study programs, especially in HSS, are under constant pressure for drastic changes regarding content, expected learning outcomes, and teaching, learning, and assessment tasks. Although this is true, we should also recognize that these pressures exist globally, and as academics, treat them as an incentive to improve our study programs while considering the uniqueness and specific nature of the HSS field. In 2017, the University Grants Commission reviewed 128 study programs in the field of HSS at the 10 state universities under the second cycle of program review under the Manual for Review of Undergraduate Study Programs of Sri Lankan Universities and Higher Education Institutions, published in 2015. Late Professor Gunawardena 2017 pointed out that these reviews need to be seriously discussed at the faculty boards and senates, and progress monitoring be maintained if the desirable outcome is to be achieved. However, it is still a concern whether the recommendations of the review reports are thoroughly discussed and applied to the betterment of the teaching learning activities. Let me briefly explain the progression towards PR 2017 in the humanities and social sciences. We all know that the year 2001, Quality Assurance Handbook published by the CVCD and the University Grants Commission. During the period of 2004 to 2013, first version of the SLQ guidelines was published. Developed the SBSs in the context of Sri Lankan disciplines, and the first subject review, institutional review, first cycle. During the period of 2015 to 2018, the program review manual and updated version of SLQ have been published, and the second cycle of institutional review was conducted, and the program review in humanities and social sciences second cycle was conducted. Research objectives. The first one, to analyze the program review reports submitted to the faculties of humanities and social sciences by the Quality Assurance Council and identify the key issues in terms of teaching and learning in the disciplines of HSS. To identify the innovative teaching learning strategies and assessment tasks in relation to the HSS in order to enhance the effectiveness of the teaching learning process. The research questions: what are the grades assigned by the reviewers in terms of the study programs in HSS. The second, what are the recommendations given by the reviewers under the criterion number 5, which is teaching and learning. And the third research question, what are the measures that need to be taken to address the recommendations in terms of enhancing the effectiveness of the teaching learning process. You can see I have analyzed 4 state universities, the large-scale study programs they are conducting. Actually, the universities asked to review their study programs as clusters. So the University A had 4 clusters, cluster A to D, and then second University B got general degree program review, and the 3 clusters. They reviewed, the University A reviewed 11 study programs, and the University B reviewed 18 study programs. Their grades is as shown in this slide. And the third university, the general degree program and 4 clusters, 21 study programs. The University D reviewed 23 study programs, general degree, honors degree, and 4 clusters. Altogether, I have analyzed at the moment 73 program review reports. This is 57% of the whole all program review reports. Grades were given to the study programs as an overall grade to the clusters, while some were given to individual program, which is why the above values do not add up to 73. You can see majority of the study programs obtain grade C satisfactory. Only 2 study programs obtain very good grade A, and 1 degree program obtain unsatisfactory grade D. According to address the research question number 2, I analyzed the recommendations given by the reviewers only for the 2 universities, and I tried to identify themes from these recommendations like this. The red color highlighted recommendations are the selected themes, and the University B. According to this thematic analysis, at the moment I have this, I can summarize the recommendations with these 3 recommendations. The reviewers promoted the outcome-based education with learner-centered teaching learning strategies, and implementing teaching learning activities and assessment tasks via student feedback, practice teaching, and peer observations. They repeatedly pointed out that we are not getting student feedback, and we are not incorporating those feedback to the curriculum revision and the selection of the teaching learning strategies. And they suggested that we can identify effective teaching learning strategies while practicing teaching with peer observations. And then the last one, incorporate innovative and modern teaching learning strategies to promote student engagement in the learning process. Conclusion: the revisiting the teaching, learning, and assessment tasks based on the student feedback and peer observations, proper implementation of the graduate outcome surveys and tracer studies, promoting faculty-wise annual forum in terms of showcasing innovations in teaching and learning in humanities and social sciences. So the third suggestion, actually, we have already practicing innovative teaching learning activities, but to showcase them, we don't have proper platform. So If we have very small scale forums, specially focused on teaching learning activities, our teaching learning activities and assessment tasks can be enriched, and we can showcase our good practices. The full analysis of the reports, which will be completed for the publication, may reveal a different conclusion that more comprehensive. These are the main references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Prasad. It's very enlightened, and I'm really impressed about the analysis. And I also invite Dr. Sudhakar to give his comments also.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that Professor Prasad is also very experienced person on this field. I think he did many program review under the national universities. With this experience, he explained well and very condensed form. I think he focused the student engagement as well as the student and stakeholder feedback to enhance our HSSC education in future. Thank you, Professor Prasad.
Okay. Now we move on to the next presenter and the paper, Redesigning Learning Environments to Enhance Creation and Sharing Open Educational Resources. Professor Shironika P. Karunanayak. Over to you, Professor Karunanayak.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to share with you some experiences on redesigning learning environments to enhance creation and sharing of open educational resources. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has created a disruption in educational activities worldwide. However, it has also provided us with an opportunity to rethink about our teaching learning approaches and to redesign resourceful learning environments. Let me share with you a capacity development intervention implemented at the Faculty of Education of the Open University of Sri Lanka on creating open education resources integrated technology-enhanced learning environments. Education for all. This is a fundamental notion emphasized in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Specifically, the SDG 4 aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. The concept of open education resources, OER, contributes to SDG 4 by enhancing free and open access to educational materials. Built on the premise that access to knowledge is a human right, the OER movement fosters making educational resources available to all without restrictions. So what are open educational resources? This term was first introduced in 2002 at a UNESCO forum. According to the latest UNESCO definition, open educational resources are learning, teaching, and research materials in any format that could be either digital or non-digital, and in any medium, that is in text, audios, videos, images, animations, in any format that may reside either in the public domain, where they are not protected by intellectual property laws, or materials under copyrights that have been released under an open license that permits no-cost access, reuse, repurpose, adaptation, and redistribution by others. Creative Commons provides a set of open licenses for authors or creators to share their creations openly and freely with users under selected conditions. The open licensing gives 5 are permissions to users. These are to retain, that is to make and keep your own copies, reuse in wide range of ways as you wish, revise, to adapt, modify, and improve the resources to suit your contextual needs, remix by combining 2 or more resources to create new resources, and to redistribute, to share with others in any way you like. Therefore, OER play a key role not only in providing access to educational resources, but also enhancing a shared culture. The underlying value principle here is education is a common good. So OER enhances openness in education. As we all agree, education is about sharing. When OER enable extremely efficient and affordable sharing, and also make education more accessible. OER also enable engaging in continuous quality improvement of resources, and also represent multiple opportunities for innovations and teaching and learning. This openness in education affects the practices of teaching and learning. The UNESCO recommendation on OER released in 2019 has 5 objectives. The first objective emphasizes building capacity of stakeholders to create, access, reuse, adapt, and redistribute OER. This is particularly important for educators. At the Faculty of Education, our students are educators at different levels. My study focused on an intervention designed as a fully online capacity development experience for educators on the creation and sharing of open educational resources integrated technology-enhanced learning materials. The conceptual basis for the study was provided by the TPACK framework. It describes different forms of knowledge required by educators in a technology-enhanced teaching learning process. These are technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, content knowledge, and their interactions. However, to be effective, it's very important to pay careful attention on appropriate learning experience design. In this backdrop, the current study focused on 3 research questions. These are, number 1, what are the effects of an intervention program designed for educators on the creation and sharing of OER integrated TEL materials on changing their thinking and practices? Number 2, what challenges were faced by the educators during the creation and sharing of OER integrated TEL materials? And number 3, what are the desirable design strategies in a fully online learning environment to enhance capacity development of educators on the creation and sharing of OER integrated TEL materials? The study adopted an action research design, which comprised 4 key stages: planning, acting, observing, and reflecting. The process commenced with the purposive selection of the participants of the study, who were 16 educators following the optional course Computer Technology in Education in the Master of Education degree program offered by the Faculty of Education. They were all graduate teachers in the age group of 31 to 50 years. The intervention occurred in 2 phases, in line with the stages of the action research approach. Phase 1 of the intervention focused on the design of OER integrated materials by the educators. And phase 2 focused on development of OER integrated materials by the participants. The process comprised a systematic, fully online learning experience for the participants through the Moodle learning management system, supported with the Zoom-based interactive sessions. The participants engaged in a series of carefully structured learning activities, including knowledge construction on relevant theories, models, frameworks, and using competency development in using free digital tools, and searching and integrating open educational resources, concept mapping, storyboarding, and creating their own open educational resources integrated telematerials and sharing them. They also engaged in discussion forums where they shared the creations for peer feedback and continuously reflected on their experiences. All these learning activities were linked with their assessment tasks as well. And all these provided data for the study. These were all data sources. In addition, some questionnaires were implemented at the end of the phases, and focus group discussions were also held. These multiple data gathering strategies were used at different stages throughout the process and involved an in-depth analysis, mainly qualitative data using the content analysis. So it provided rich data and let me share with you the findings now according to the 3 research questions. The effects on changing the thinking and practices of educators. These were revealed by the concept maps, questionnaire surveys, reflective journals, discussion forums, and focus group discussions as well. The analysis, the key findings based on this analysis, I will summarize here. The changes on thinking and practices mainly found to be as follows. Adopting the TPAC framework to blend technology and pedagogy with subject matter content. Thinking about copyright issues when using resources taken from the internet. Using, adapting, and integrating OER in the teaching learning process. Creating new OER and sharing OER with the others. Using and integrating free digital tools in their teaching learning process. Encouraging their students and peer teachers also to use digital tools and OER. Increased confidence in designing and developing OER integrated telematerials, and the motivation to continue with creating innovative OER integrated telematerials. This indicated significant changes in the educators' thinking and practices. The participants faced several challenges during the process, both in phase 1 and phase 2. Many aspects of the internet intervention were novel to them, such as the TPAC framework, the instructional design models, and changing from their conventional pedagogical approaches to more constructivist approaches, and the introduction to the open education resource, the concept of OER, the Creative Commons licenses, various digital tools, then strategies such as concept mapping, storyboarding, learning experience design, all these were novel to them. So it provided, imposed a cognitive load among these educators because they had to deal with pedagogically complex and technologically challenging tasks. At the same time, the time constraint was a common issue faced by all participants because they were all working adults studying in the open and distance learning system. This workload was quite high for them and they all faced the time constraints. In addition, there were several technical issues faced by the participants, such as the internet connectivity, then power failures and bad network coverage, and so on. Sometimes certain skill limitations also hindered, such as limitations in the technological skills, and for some who were teaching in Sinhala and Tamil, English language limitations was also a constraint because most of the OER were in English. However, amid all these challenges, it was heartening to see their interest, motivation, and determination to proceed and complete all the tasks. The findings also revealed desirable design strategies adopted in the fully online learning environment, especially the carefully structured and interconnected series of learning activities on the Moodle learning management system and the Zoom platform were found to be very supportive. The variety of learning activities designed using various facilities of these two online platforms, supported with multimedia learning resources and open education resources and free digital tools such as Mentimeter, Padlet, Edpuzzle, and Flipgrid, so on, they were all found to be very attractive and motivating for the participants. Especially the collaborative peer-facilitated discussion forum activities were identified to be very supportive. Similarly, the individual reflective journal activities, which enable them to reflect on their learning experiences, was also found to be very supportive. Let me share some concluding thoughts with you. Overall, the findings revealed significant impacts of the intervention. Despite various challenges faced by the participants, they moved on with the process and these effects were observed. The carefully structured online learning environment with specific design strategies have facilitated these educators to move from being mere consumers of knowledge to co-creators of knowledge within a learning community. The carefully structured online learning environment supported them to function as teachers, as designers, and learning by designing. So they became creators of digital learning materials and to share them as OER as well. So the shifts from the conventional mindsets and think out of the box and putting ideas into action, all these things happened and enabling educators and empowering them to apply their knowledge and skills effectively and efficiently in authentic contexts. In the current pandemic scenario, it's important to enact changes in thinking and practices of educators towards embracing digital education practices and open educational practices. This is an opportune moment for us to revive, reimagine, and redesign online teaching and learning environments with OER integration, with an appropriate blend between content, pedagogy, and technology. So empowering educators to take a leadership role as change agents in a knowledge society will undeniably contribute in our shared journey towards achieving the SDG 4 and education for all. Thank you very much.
Professor Karuna Nayaka, actually, this take my mind. When I started my university career, I was unaware what is digital. We all were on site, now off site. That's how the world changed. I don't know the next generation, what will happen. So now we all go with Zoom, LMS platform, as well as the new technology where the education has changed. And also you really introduce us, the education is a common good, but according to law, it's a fundamental human right. 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights has been accepted as a social right. But before that, thanks to Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara, because of him in the State Assembly in 1940s, he fought, and then 1930s, in 1939, I think, we got the free education. As well as you talked about nicely the open education. So that is where I was very impressed about that open education resources. According to law, we have free open source software, which is not a copyright violation. So, madam, we have 2003 Intellectual Property Rights Act. In that section 6, fair use. What do you mean by fair use? For researchers, they can use that and acknowledge it. So likewise, I don't want to make a speech, but it's very impressive, and my colleague is now waiting.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you, Professor Karuna Nayak, for your very useful and informative talk, as you all know. So we are in the paradigm shift from that offline learning to online learning. During this online process, that open source is very successfully implemented and useful, and also is open, like you link with this open source with the sustainable development goal. So yeah, definitely is strong back to the sustainable development goal, because even though there are some kind of issues gave us the pandemic, there are number of supporting to this technological advancement from top level to grassroots level. So I think your talk is very fantastic, and you introduce some of the concept like 5R concept, and also TPAC framework with this open educational resources. As our co-chair mentioned like that, we also learned this very 10 years back. We introduced when I was in a PhD degree, that is blackboard learning. So it is a very new concept at us that time. So now is a like new normal. Yeah, that's the current situation, and we are used to the new normal situation. I think you have talk definitely for our HSS education system. You are also a very educationist. You use your experience, actually your knowledge in the IT field, how to practice this theory and like that. Thank you, Professor, once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for both of your comments. Thank you.
Now, I also feel the blackboard because Gallel, Galkuru tamai mama pavichchi kare. Abi tatta podi kale ගෙනත් දුන්නේ Gallel, Galkuru. I don't know, Professor Sudhakaran. Now, our children, they don't see this Galkuru, Gallel. They all go with, 4G. Now, we will open the floor. So, all our presenters presented their papers. So, I think
that is one more.
Yeah. No, that's only. We have only two. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sudhakaran. So, we will open the floor for our participants, and then you all can respond. Our professor also here, Professor Prasad and Professor Karuna Nayaka will answer the question. Thank you. Yes, please. You all can ask questions. This is the opportunity for our participants, for their valuable comments, for their clarification, or even a question, and your suggestions. We all welcome, me and my co-chair, Dr. Sudhakaran.
Yeah.
May I ask one? Come to the first one, learning activities and assessment tasks. Now, how humanities and social science professor change with the science subjects? If you take Professor Prasad, now we are doing humanities and social science. We also go one type of assessment, whether in the field of science or medicine. So how do is there any gap, or we go with the similar way? You are muted, Professor. You have to unmute, Professor.
Sorry. It was, I think the volume was not very good, but I think I have understood your question. Yes, I think we need to differentiate, I think now we all listen to this keynote speech by Professor Vimal Disanayak about this cultural studies and, the bridge over the humanities and social sciences. Now, when you think about this, in your case, aesthetic subjects and language subjects, and then, we have diverse characteristics of these subjects. So we need to think about different teaching, learning strategies and assessment tasks. Actually, in this paper, I am planning to propose some suitable teaching, learning strategies and assessment tasks as well for us. So in this new normal situation, I think Professor Shironik also pointed out that now we have the platform to even get the collaborative learning. Earlier, we thought that we don't have that time for the student engagement. Now we can get those comments, arguments, but we may not be able to have debates on the website, but similar kind of arguments can be done even the breakout rooms likewise. And I don't know whether I have fully answered to your question. This is different, I think. Yeah, we need to think about the nature and the student engagement. That's why I focus this, the importance of student engagement. Earlier, we had tutorial classes. We focused on these tutorial classes, to get their presentations . So now we need to think about those rather misunderstanding this new teaching learning strategies proposed by the external people. We need to think about, we need to see the reality of the nature of the subject and safeguard the nature and go ahead with this suitable teaching, learning and assessment tasks. That is different when you compare to the other streams. Thank you.
Right. So, Dr. Sudhakaran.
Yeah. This also from Prasad. I think this also from you answering. There's one question in my mind. I think Professor Prasad, that that you took documentary evidence for your research, that is did with the 2017 that program review under the Humanities and Arts faculties. I think that there is some questions about that, or some kind of critics about that clustering, and also the field of diversification, and also the evaluation group in same disciplines and different people. I think you also involved that one in many program review. Myself also involved that one. That's why. So now we are going to face the next program review, I think, after 1 year, 2023, all the humanities education. So what your suggestion based on your this research? Can you some kind of recommendation or suggestion to improve that question, or improve some kind of evaluation method or like that?
This is very difficult question to be answered. I am planning to finish all the documents, and then my conclusion would be different based on this presentation. Actually, now we have, Professor, we have quite experienced reviewers now. Actually, when you observe these reports, they criticize our teaching learning process, but they were unable to give us proper suggestions to be implemented. So they are not experts, and I think this is peer review. No, I think based on this experience, we have now quite experienced reviewers. We need to think about not just pointing the weaknesses. They need to give us kind of alternatives, if we can place one expert in the teaching learning process in the humanities and social sciences, that is also kind of a good practice that we can implement. But when you look at the reports, even though they are not, actually we had to face the first time with this 2017 program, we had huge struggle to that. especially I was at the Director Quality Assurance at that time. Professor Ojida Ratnabanda was the Dean, and we had a struggle actually. But I'm carefully observing these reports and analyzing, and I would like to suggest, give some recommendations and publication. Thank you very much, thinking about the time.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Or Professor Karunanayaka, you also can contribute to our discussion on this assessment, please.
Well, yeah, I think the Professor Setunga's presentation and mine are sort of linked. I mean, it came in a good flow. I think he also talked about teaching, learning activities and assessments and the need to think about different strategies. And I think my presentation, I gave an example of rethinking about these things according to the current context. Yes, so there are so many possibilities now. Using the technology. I mean, we should not be thinking technology as something. Earlier, we used to be a little bit sort of scared or some reluctance to use the technology. But when we were forced onto it, all of us suddenly forced onto it. Now there was no option. So, but now I think everybody sees the possibilities. So that's why this blended learning and hybrid learning and all those things are now happening. But the important thing is, our responsibility is to design all these learning experiences very carefully, so that you don't miss the pedagogical aspect, because pedagogy is very important. Technology comes behind pedagogy. So as an person from the field of education, I want to emphasize that pedagogy, technology, and because we are all subject matter experts anyway. We have all our expertise in different subject matter areas, but it's not only knowing the subject matter now, how to share the subject matter with the others and share openly and freely, as Professor Mahanamaheva expressed. I know, I mean, this fair use and everything is there, but this concept I discussed about open educational resources is going beyond that, because it gives users, the creators and users, both parties, the freedom to more openly and freely share without any restrictions at all. You know, fair use also, there are certain percentages and, you know, certain things. But now there are so many things fully open for anybody to use, good quality materials as well. And the important thing is this thinking, it creates this innovative thinking as well, because when you see something, you can think how you can adapt it according to your needs. So the creativity comes in, and the critical thinking and all this, higher order thinking we are talking about always. Those things, all those possibilities are there. So I think it's a very good time now for us to get together and engage in these discussions and promote these concepts. Thank you.
Supporting copyright, I am a supporter of copyleft.
Thank you very much.
My knowledge is free education.
Copyleft, yes.
My knowledge is one more. I want to add one more from Professor Shronika. That is, I think now the earlier, there is a lot of the open sources are mechanical based only. Now it's a little bit the human the numerical, that is called the neural network aspect is inbuilt with this to feeling, goes with it, like kind of incorporate with the some kind of customizing open source like that. So I think it will be definitely boosting our learning environment in future.
Yes, open source mainly for software.
Yeah.
Open source software, it started with open source, but this is now open educational resources is mainly about, not about software, but teaching, learning and research material. There are a lot of research, even data being openly shared for anybody to use in any way. So that's quite a change of mindsets. So that's happening very rapidly in the other countries. In our country, as usual, things are happening slowly, but we are promoting, and when people get to know about these things, they become fascinated and they started using. That's what I'm trying to, I mean, as we are training, we are developing educators to the system. That's why I'm trying our best to unite our faculty to promote these concepts among our students who are teachers and educators who are catering to the educational system.
Thank you very much. So our time also up, and we had a very interesting. Even I didn't realize the time has gone. My co-chair,
May I,
Dr. Sudha. Yes, please. Yes.
Very, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Actually, I proposed one recommendation to have faculty-wise forums in teaching and learning process. You know, we have very large-scale conferences. Those are not those large-scale platform is not suitable to discuss our own unique teaching learning activities from us. So, you know, if we can have this decision, actually now when I was the director, we visited the UK Edinburgh University. We invited their Humanities and Social Sciences Forum. My goodness, the young lecturers presented their teaching learning strategies. Based on that, they published one book on innovations in teaching and learning. So there are plenty of very unique teaching learning strategies for to be disseminated in the globally, like, you know, without having this discussions on teaching learning strategies are meaningless. I think we need to showcase, because we have good academics there and they are practicing good teaching learning strategies. Why not we disseminate annually, very faculty wise, very small scale forum? No any dignitaries, only the faculty members. We can have a discussion. Yeah, that was the recommendation. Sorry, taking your time. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I really appreciate your thoughts, as my co-chair really intervened and supported us. So once again, I thank Professor Prasad Setunga and also Professor Professor Shironika P. Karunanayaka, all your efforts to lift the Sri Lanka assessment system as well as other stages. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the participants joining today. And special thank for my co-chair, Dr. K. Sudhakaran, joining from Jaffna because of the technology. Otherwise, we never meet, sir. Like this.
Thank you, Professor, for giving the chance.
Thank you.
So as time is up and time has come for us to end the session, and I'm very thankful to both the participants, Professor Prasad and Professor Shironika, for making this session very profound, and for the co-chair professors for making the session again very interactive. And it was really nice. And thank you very much for sharing your valuable knowledge and suggestions. So let's go it. Thank you.
Thank you for you also. You are supporting from the beginning. Thank you, Dr. Asha. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Dr. Roshini Jayavira from University of Kelaniya. I welcome you all to the session of industry collaboration. Let me introduce our chairpersons of this session. There are two distinguished personalities in the field of social sciences and humanities. First, I will introduce Professor Shirantha Heenkanda, Professor of Economics from the University, Sri Jayawardenepura University. Currently, he is the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences of University of Sri Jayawardenepura. He has completed his master's degree in public policy at National Graduate Institute of Policy Studies in Tokyo, and his PhD from the Graduate School of International Development of Nagoya University, Japan. Further, he has worked as consultant in many government projects, and his research expertise in the field of social protection, so small and medium scale enterprises, and microfinance. Our next chairperson is Professor Sampath Fernando, Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Languages in the Sabaragamuwa University of Sri Lanka. He is from the Department of Economics in that university, and he has obtained his BSc Special Degree in Statistics from Sri Jayawardenepura University and his MPhil in Statistics from University of Peradeniya. He has completed his PhD from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. His research expertise in the field of statistics and economic modeling. I welcome you both, sir, to this session on industrial collaboration. And I would like to invite Professor Heenkanda to take over this session.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Roshani. And I welcome all participants and my co-chair, Professor Sampath Fernando, for this very important session. Today we have planned university industry collaboration. So in this session, we have three presentations. I would like to introduce two presentations, and rest will do my colleagues, Professor Sampath. So in very first, I think I would like to invite Dr. Asela Kulatunga to present University Industry Collaboration, Benefit for the Social Sciences and Humanities Education Programs in Sri Lanka. Dr. Asela Kulatunga is a senior lecturer and head of the Department of Manufacturing and Industrial Engineering at the Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. He earned the bachelor's in production engineering from University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, and PhD in industrial engineering from the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. He was won the G-Link Karmanas Mundas Research Fellowship at the University of Bern, Germany in 2015. He has served in many local international forums, which include the Ministry of Environment, Industries and Agriculture in Sri Lanka, UNEP, LCA initiatives, USAID, IGS Japan, MPI New Zealand programs. Furthermore, he is a senior member of IISc USA, member of POMS, IEEE, and AMIESL. He was won the Best Green Professional Award from the GBCSL in 2020. So, time being, I would like to invite Dr. Asela Kulatunga to deliver his presentation. I think you already know we have a very 15 minutes for allocated to your presentation. Then after the whole presentation, we can give a small Q&A session. So I would like to invite Dr. Asela Kulatunga for deliver your important presentation.
Yeah, very good morning to you all. Thank you very much, Professor Hinkender, for the detailed introduction. Before I start, I would like to thank especially the conference organizers for inviting me to do this lecture or the invited session on this thing. Though I am coming from engineering and I am not very much into the social sciences, but I would like to share some of our experiences in engineering programs, how we could get the benefits from the industry-university collaboration. So with that background, I would like to start my presentation. Basically, I am going to cover an overview of the higher education system in Sri Lanka, basically about the statistics on how these different programs are being offered at the moment, and some of the dilemma about the outcomes of some of the programs, especially when it comes to the social sciences and humanities, and what we basically expect from university industry collaborations and some of the models of university industry collaborations, and what and how other education systems deal with this university industry collaborations, and some of the programs where I investigated with detail on social sciences, which has some industry component, and finally the conclusion of my presentation. So when it comes to the intakes for the university system in Sri Lanka, you can see there's a significant number basically allocated for the arts and humanities, or basically this art stream students. So that includes social sciences and humanities. But the main reason, again, due to the number of students sit for the A levels in these streams, especially the art stream, and then number of opportunities created at the university system by thinking that we can accommodate as much as possible graduates in these streams without much infrastructure requirements. So that may be the main reason behind it. But however, when it comes to introducing some of these required interactions, especially with even the industry collaborations, etc., this number really matters, because handling these numbers are a bit of a crucial thing when you compare to some of the programs where we are coming from. Especially for the engineering, we have limited number. We can easily manage certain activities, what I'm going to propose. But we know from social sciences aspect, it's a bit challenging. That's why I wanted to highlight this thing at the beginning. Now, if you look at the gender imbalances, again, this play a role when because of these comparisons I'm going to highlight in future. When it comes to the social sciences and humanities, or especially the art stream in general, majority comes from female category. So therefore, there are some impacts due to these gender imbalances when it comes to the possible industry collaborations and long run opportunities available in the industry through this kind of collaboration. So these are some of the things we have to keep in mind before we think of going for possible avenues to have these collaborations more effective way. And on the other side, you can see that even the numbers have been increased over the years. So when it comes to the intake for this discipline, especially the others also increased, but when it comes to the numbers, it's higher than the science-based programs for the social and humanities aspects. So graduate output also proportionately very high when you compare to the other streams, because of the large intake and more programs and more students are taken for these art stream programs. So therefore, in the job market, there are huge competition or huge unemployment created because of the mismatch maybe when it compared to the job industry requirement against the degree programs outcomes, etc. So if you look at the graduate output by the different streams, as I said, art stream basically has about closer to 10,000 graduates per year according to the 2019 standard, and majority are expecting to have the government jobs by default. So that has created some problems in the economy as well. So when we talk about the university industry collaborations, basically this should be a win-win situation for the both parties. Otherwise, this collaboration expectations from the collaborations will not happen. So therefore, there should be some sort of contributions to the industry, as well as for the from the education system to the industry, as well as from education system towards industry as well. The main expectations usually so from the industrial sector towards the economy, basically you can see the direct and short-term benefits. But when it comes to the education system, it will take some time, or it will be a long-term benefits you will be able to see, because you can't see a 1 year, 2 year, or even 5 year horizon, the benefits you can have from this type of collaborations. So even for the economy as well as for the other parties sometimes. So basically, when we talk about this stream, especially non-science based programs, actually there are many advantages as a society to improve the human and social capital. But however, those are not well being recognized by the industries at the moment, because there are some mismatches from maybe the lack of understanding by both parties or both sides, especially when it comes to this interaction, the expected level of interaction. So other side, when we consider about the modern day education practices, actually we are now bound to promote this kind of educational modes also, like lifelong learning, then non-formal education and on-job training. And even for our graduates, especially for science-based engineering graduates, we promote continuous professional development. Otherwise, they won't be able to get the latest knowledge developed in the developed world as well as in the fields while they are performing the task. So even from the undergraduate level itself, therefore, we are bound to promote these kind of concepts. So among our graduates. However, if you don't have close collaboration with the industry, sometimes it's a bit difficult, especially for our graduates, to be inculcated these concepts just by having class the university within the university system only. So therefore, this interaction is very, very important, even to inculcate some of these concepts according to my understanding. Now, there are different models actually proposed by different people when it comes to this interaction. Usually, industry expects certain side, and then academia expect certain other side. So there are some unbalances, mismatches, etc. You can see always we as academics expect to have better placements, better training opportunities, better funding opportunities, maybe for the research and R&D development, and have equal partnerships, and even sometimes some of the feasible goals. But when it comes to the industry, they expect some of these, their expectations are more focused, and they are very narrowed expectations. So therefore, they are thinking short-term basis, and mostly they wanted us to have very much job focused manpower, and having additional skills required to perform in the task. And sometimes they expect the problem solving mechanisms immediately after they join the industry. So things like that. But in academic programs, usually we try to give them kind of wide knowledge where they have to practice up to a certain extent these professions in order to come up their own way of handling these activities within the industry. So therefore, always these mismatches are there, but however, we have to bring these things from some of these activities we can plan in time to come as better industry university collaborations. When it comes to the industry university collaborations, actually this helix model is one of the famous things which was originated some time back and evolved up to the 3 stages. In the first stage, actually this was initiated by government intervention, where industry and academia are put together, and basically this was decided by the government initially, but later on they realized, okay, it is not going to be successful. So therefore, this interaction between the 3 stakeholders, especially the industry, academia and government, was decided, and it has created some separate institutional spheres with strong boundaries dividing them. But however, this kind of arrangement basically improved some of these issues which was available in the initial stage towards the latter stage. So in the third stage, basically this has created another additional features where now each of these institutes can operate with better organization structure and better interaction, so that it can be developed, each other can learn from the others and develop to the further expected levels. So the expectations of this model basically to create the fertile ground for innovation, the knowledge-based economy, mainly through that industry operates as a locus of focus production, and then university as a source of knowledge generation, and government basically act as a facilitator for contractual relations between the two partners. So model basically maintains the communication and negotiation among the partners, basically to simulate the process. So each one assume the role of other, with hybrid organizations emerging at the interface level. So there are some detailed models also developed by some of the other scientists when it comes to the mainly on technology-based interactions. Mainly those were dedicated for the R&D work as well as technology transfer, and then even for the consultancy related aspect on some of the industry problems, and then sometimes even the product commercialization, which are very much common among the science or engineering based interactions. So basically, when it comes to the interactions we have in the engineering or science-based systems, those can be differentiated into three levels, that is strategic level, tactical, and operations level. So in strategic level, basically we can even think of going for new research programs, degree programs, which are more industry specific. Like in the case of engineering, we have now developed biomedical engineering, biosystems engineering, etc., which are more aligned to a certain job category specific requirements. Now, when it comes to the tactical level, basically we can refine the existing syllabi and even the way we deliver, that is planning, which can get more interactions with the industry and industry problems during that era or period or things like that has to be accommodated. When it comes to the operational level, industry training placements, which are one of the commonest thing, I'll elaborate a little bit further later, which will have some benefits for the students even to get some stipend during their study period. And also we can invite experts to do, industry experts or professionals to do guest lectures where they will share most of their professional experiences, which will be greatly beneficial for the students to learn how to apply the theories learned in the classes or lectures. And even in some cases, most of the time in our programs, we try our best to get the problems from the industry for the undergraduate research and projects at the final year level. Other than the training, basically we promote this aspect also, so that they will have more opportunities to interact with some detailed work in the industry, especially after they do the industrial training, they will come for the final year. So therefore they will have more opportunities to select some problems from the industry, or otherwise we intervene and then do that one. And then on the other side, for certain student activities, etc., we can have sponsorships from the industry, and they will also get some benefit through some various means, as well as students also can organize certain activities which will be beneficial for the student groups as well. And obviously the industry visits are some of the key things. So when it comes to the engineering programs, the streaming, when they select the degree program itself, they are having some mind which industry they are going to go for. Therefore, they will start thinking about this industry interaction at the beginning of the selection of the program. And obviously for whatever the programs, they have to undergo implant training. So therefore they can decide which industry to go, which placements to be taken, and then accordingly they will be trained before they are even come to the final level to get the final year to get that some exposure. And obviously there will be some selected field visits, field camps, etc., and guest lectures. And as I said, other than the final year projects, there are some mini projects, assignments, industry-based cases, etc., which will give more opportunity for them to get familiarized with the industry. And finally, once they come into the after the graduation, they can easily pick a job opportunity where they can perform very well and where they are willing to go for up in the ladder of the organization. So when it comes to the degree programs, all the engineering programs, program outcomes also match with the industry requirements, and some of the POs basically we achieve through these industrial components, especially industrial training program, field camps, etc., in some of the specializations. So usually this component will consist of 20 weeks compulsory training full time, and in field camps there are 1 or 2 week concentrated academic work done in industry or field, where academics also join with them on day-to-day basis. So when it comes to the social sciences domain, there are many disciplines already. This aspect has been taken into account for their programs.
Saila, you have only 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. So when it comes to these social sciences programs, basically there are some constraints, as I said at the beginning, larger intake and gender imbalances, and sometimes less family-friendly employment policies within these organizations, and female undergraduates are dominating the social programs, etc., as well as some of these soft skills requirement by the industry really create some problems to accommodate some of these graduates or undergraduates in these programs, and sometimes they are resistant to adopt working culture also in these programs, which has some issues when it comes to the final expected outcomes, right? So therefore, there are some external and internal. So there are some internal and external undergraduate students also. Sometimes external ones will not have this type of opportunities, depending on the programs they are in. And if you look at the programs, actually the boundaries between the programs also a kind of a restriction, because industry need bit of broad-minded groups. But however, when it comes to certain programs, those are still having some clear-cut boundaries which cannot accommodate some of these issues. Now, these are some of the course programs I have picked which has more industry components. So those include some of these second year, third year interactions and internships, but those are mainly done by students themselves, and sometimes the credits are not being counted those. And there are some good opportunities when it comes to these programs as I went through, but what I could say in general out of these programs at the moment, as far as we went into the deep of this information, the way it is being conducted is not very much stringent like in the case of engineering or science-based programs. So therefore, what we supposed to do is basically we have to first realize this interaction is win-win for both parties, and we have to collaborate very closely when we are developing programs as well as the planning and then delivering the modes. And then we need to motivate students to get these trainings and opportunities very successful way while they are in the undergraduate programs. And we need to introduce new job profiles also by taking into account some of the key salient aspect of social sciences programs, even for the industries, including the manufacturing, based on some of the experiences I have in the industry problems. And finally, we could take some of the input from the science-based programs, which are already consist of very stringent and streamlined university industry interaction. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay,
I am ready to answer for the questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Asela. I think very important inputs you provide us to develop our next policy directions, and especially arts and humanities subjects. So we have introduced the next presenter. I think we will come to the Q&A session for the further clarification. So next presenter is Senior Professor Vatsala Vikramasinghe. Is attached to the Department of Management and Technology, University of Moratuwa. Her PhD is from the University of Manchester, the UK. Her research focus on the strategic human resource management and the human side technology management. He was one of the both most outstanding senior researcher and most outstanding young researcher in management and law in CBCD Excellence Award Scheme in 2020 and 2008, respectively. The President Award for the Scientific Publication 2010, National Research Council Merit Award for the Scientific Publication 2011 and 2012, and Emerald Literature Network Award for the Excellence Outstanding Paper Award 2013 and 2018. She has served as an editor of the Engineering Research Unit of the Faculty of Engineering 2006 and 2007, and also the director of the Business Research Unit of the Faculty of Business in 2018, and director research of the University of Moratuwa 2018 to 2020. I would like to invite Senior Professor Vatsala Vikramasinghe to deliver his very important topic, research and innovation. I think timely, very important to application of the social network analysis in university industry collaboration. Now over to you, Madam.
Research and innovation. The application of social network analysis in university industry collaborations. This is the contents of today's presentation. University is at the center of knowledge and the Center for Research. University is assigned with 3 missions: teaching, research, economic and social development. Theories on innovation systems identify university-industry collaborations as a fundamental mechanism to achieve these 3 missions. However, university and industry have different orientations. University is oriented towards creating new and fundamental knowledge. Industry is oriented towards profit and practice. However, university-industry collaborations provide beneficial outcomes for both parties. The paper aims to review theories on knowledge production and application in innovation systems, evaluate the modes of UI collaboration, examine the use of social network analysis in the research on university-industry collaborations as a methodological approach. Innovation system consists of functions and components. General function is to develop, diffuse, and use innovations. 3 main components can be identified. Actors are business firms, universities, government, and agencies. Institutions that are laws, regulations, norms, values, and rules governing interactions between actors. Networks, the configuration of the innovation system itself. Universities are key actors of innovation systems. Universities generate economic activities through research and innovation. Therefore, it is vital to provide right conditions for UI collaborations. 6 theories can be identified on research and innovation. These describe linkages between actors and their relationships. First, Mode 1. In Mode 1, basic research occurs at the universities. Outcome of the research diffuse to the society. Industry picks up the outcomes. Industry develops knowledge further for the application outside the university system. This process ultimately leads to economic and commercial success. University conducts basic research within academic disciplines. Government acts as the funder. Securing funding allows universities to develop research competence and appropriate infrastructure. Research outputs are disseminated through research dissemination modes, such as conferences. If a university has a technology transfer office, licensing, patenting can happen. Mode 2. Success in Mode 1 is essential. Government funding is also essential. Mode 2 provides clear reference to innovation. University-industry collaborations are also introduced in Mode 2. Success in Mode 2 operations depend on university's capacity to transfer knowledge to industry. Enabling capabilities such as testing, verification laboratories may allow universities to develop sustaining long-term partnership with the industry. Mode 3. Mode 3 innovation system consists of several knowledge clusters and several innovation networks. Therefore, Mode 3 architecture consists of meta-networks and meta-clusters. For the success of operations in Mode 3, quality improvement initiatives are vital. Triple helix. Triple helix involves university, industry, and government relations. Each actor attempts to enhance the performance of the other. Triple helix give clear reference to economic development as a prime mission of the university. Entrepreneurial universities in Triple Helix may establish technology transfer officers, contract research for industry, patenting and licensing, research centers in the university, incubator facilities, and spin-off companies. There can be 3 configurations of Triple Helix. In the statist model, government dominates. Academia and industry are subcomponents. Laissez-faire model, where university, industry, and government are separated, having modest interactions across their boundaries. Triple helix 3 model. It is a trilateral relations overlapping in a hybrid fashion. Triple helix is identified as the standard for innovation and the dominant frame for reference. Triple helix can become realistic in both democratic and non-democratic political frameworks. The other two models, that is quadruple helix and quintuple helix, are based on the assumptions of democratic political frameworks. Quadruple helix. Quadruple helix extends triple helix model, including two main characteristics: arts, artistic research, and arts-based innovation, and democracy for knowledge, knowledge production, and innovation. The inclusion of media, creative industries, arts, and culture suggests creative class and innovation cultures. Quadruple helix give clear reference to the contribution of universities of arts in the innovation system. Also, quadruple helix implies interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary problem solving. It is for sustainable development. Quintuple helix. Quintuple helix extends the model by adding eco-innovation, eco-entrepreneurship. Environmental and ecological concerns play a major role in decision making. University-industry collaborations in innovation systems. University-industry collaborations can be analyzed building on Mode 2, Mode 3, triple helix, quadruple helix, and quintuple helix theories. For example, European Commission's interpretation of university-industry collaborations suggests features of Mode 3 and quintuple helix models. When it comes to modes of university-industry collaboration, several can be identified. In connection to universities' first stream missions, commonly recognized university-industry collaboration modes are student placement, industry-sponsored laboratories, industry-provided sponsorship and scholarship, co-produced degree programs, collaborative industrial doctoral programs, industry partnerships for teachers' professional learning. In connection to universities' second and third streams, commonly recognized university-industry collaboration modes are technology transfer, knowledge transfer, patents, licenses, spin-offs, and contract research. This is an example from the EU, European Union. It identifies 14 types of university-industry collaboration modes, categorized under 4 topics. The research on university-industry collaboration suggests the most developed area is research. Less developed modes in the area of curriculum design, governance, and mobility of academics. Some research suggests that actors, institutions, and networks characteristics influence the type of university industry mode selection. Social network analysis in university industry collaborations. Social network analysis is a quantitative methodology. It examines linkages between actors and their relationships within a social network. Theories on innovation systems are built on actors, institutions, and networks and their relationships. Innovation system can be used to identify, understand university-industry collaborations. Therefore, social network analysis provides a methodological approach to evaluate linkages in a university-industry collaboration. Social network analysis consists of 5 steps: the determination of the type of analysis, the definition of relationships in the network, the collection of data, analysis of data using programs, software programs, interpretation of relationships. Conclusion. Innovation systems play a vital role in economic and social development. Mode 2, Mode 3, triple helix, quadruple helix, and quintuple helix are potential ideologies that can be used to understand innovation systems. Of these models, quintuple helix is the most current, and it addresses the concerns of the 21st century. Quintuple helix introduces creative class and ecosystem. It identifies the importance of having arts-based disciplines in innovation systems. Also, quintuple helix assumes for the success, democratic principles of freedom, equality, and sustainable development is required. University-industry collaborations assume utmost importance in innovation systems. University and industry find various modes for collaboration. However, differences between those two parties in terms of strategy, orientation, priority, and capabilities can become hindrances for successful collaborations. It is the role of government and regulatory framework to smooth out these differences. In the world, the most dominant type of political systems are nation-state structures. But in some parts of the world, such as Europe, it is moving towards transnational, regional level structures. This structure gives possibilities to create meta-clusters and meta-networks for research and innovation. In the Sri Lankan context, a systematic analysis of experiences of UI collaborations is largely neglected. There is a vast number of gaps in the understanding of university-industry collaborations in Sri Lanka. Lack of in-depth research influence effective decision-making in the Sri Lankan context. Social network analysis can be used to evaluate performance of university-industry collaborations.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I think I would like to invite Dr. Roshani to. Roshani.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Vikramasinghe, for your presentation. And now I would like to invite Professor Sampath Fernando to introduce our third presenter, Professor R.J. Aryavansa.
Thank you, Dr. Roshani. Very good morning to all of you. I think I'm audible to you.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ratnalika Gedara Aryavansa is a senior professor and chair professor of estate management and valuation attached to the Department of Estate Management and Valuation, Faculty of Management Science and Commerce, University of Sri Jawadhanpura. He holds PhD in Geography from University of Sri Jawadhanpura, Master of Science in Development and Planning, University of London, Master of Science in Management, again University of Sri Jawadhanpura, and BSc in State Management and Valuation, again from University of Sri Jawadhanpura. He has made several publications in the field of real estate management, including 3 books and peer-reviewed journal articles and some publications related to the university education. Currently, he is the chairman of the Board of Study in Management Studies and Commerce, Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Sri Jawadhanpura. Now I would like to invite Professor Aryavansa to deliver his presentation. It is over to you, sir.
I do my presentation on theme of university industry collaborations, trends and practical difficulties faced by Sri Lankan universities. University industry collaborations have been solid strategic devices since the beginning of the universities in the world. In fact, the understanding of mutual benefits, trust in each other, and effective communications have been critical factors for effective collaborations. Also, universities need to act as entrepreneurs for the success of such collaborations. Furthermore, appropriate industry partners, sustainable business models, maximizing limited budgets, and pitching value and ideas to potential industry partners are some of more conditions for effective collaborations. Of course, the universities are forced at the current and the modern world to transform their industry collaborations in line with the desires of societies and nations. Therefore, being a middle-income country, Sri Lanka needs a vibrant support from national universities, ensuring new knowledge, competent graduates, innovations, and new products. Of course, therefore, national universities should work collaboratively with the industry to realize national economic goal. In this backdrop, this study aims to analyze trends and practical difficulties faced by Sri Lankan national universities in maintaining effective industry collaborations. This study raised few questions as well. First, what are the best examples of university industry collaborations in world-ranked universities? Next, what are the trending establishment in Sri Lankan universities at present? Third, what type of university industry collaborations and motivations are available in Sri Lankan universities at present? Finally, what type of issues and barriers exist at universities for collaborations? Initially, the theoretical models related with the university industry collaborations were reviewed to understand the concept. For the data collection, primary data was collected with academics and industry interviews using semi-structured questionnaire and identified needs of collaborations and related problems. With informations related with university industry collaborations of all universities were reviewed, understand the current processes and current practices of university industry collaborations of national universities. Qualitative tools of constant comparison and content analysis were adopted as data collection techniques. In fact, this data collection process of this study was done during the lockdown period of the country due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So theoretical models explain different steps or different natures of university industry collaborations. The triple helix model explains universities, industries, and government can combine to generate new industrial formats for production, transfer, and applications of knowledge. So this is a very basic minimum collaborative models. The next advanced model is quadruple helix model, which is the next steps of the triple helix model, which includes government, university, industry, and society. Of course, this promotes the knowledge society, and theories explain that triple help actors value addition relationship with civil society is explained by this model. Third model is quintuple helix model, which is very broad and very practical and suitable for the modern complex society, which of course forms a win-win situation for the whole partners between ecology, knowledge, and innovations, which creating synergies between society, the economy, and democracy. So this is more practical, more fair for the modern world as it addresses society as well as beyond, that is the nature. As far as the Sri Lankan context is concerned, Sri Lanka is currently having 15 national universities with 109 faculties and 675 departments, which are engaging teaching, research, publications, and so on. Sri Lanka is, of course, is a middle-income country with 21.5 million people enjoying more than 4,000 US dollars per capita income and maintaining very high human development index compared with the Asian countries. And life expectancy of the country is 75 years. And we have very high literacy rate, which is 93.2 and above, which are of course similar or equal to developed countries. So all these developments, of course, due to the national health and education policy that we all are enjoying. However, compared with the international scenarios, what is Sri Lankan situation? Based on the information provided by World Economic Forum 2014 and 2018, we can identify the situations of Sri Lanka. That databases provides the Sri Lankan status under university industry ranks, R&D expenditure, innovation, research, etc., etc. Accordingly, Sri Lanka's place among 144 countries, Sri Lanka has of course evaluated as 110th in 2014 and 78 in 2018 under university industry collaboration, which has somewhat progress. And under the capacity of expenditure, the company's expenditure on R&D, Sri Lanka is 15th place in 2014 and 110th place in 2018, which is of course declining situation. Under the capacity of innovations, Sri Lanka was 29th place in 2014 and it was 18th place among 144 countries in 2018, which was also a declining situation. Under the quality of research and research institutions, Sri Lankan's place was 47th in 2014 and in 2018 it was 74. So among 144 countries, that is also a declining situation. So compared with the, considering with the university industry collaborations, we are in progressing. However, in all other areas, Sri Lanka is declining. India, Singapore, China, neighboring giant economies, they are continuously progressing all these areas. So it is better to know what is the Sri Lankan university's current situations. So before that, the study wanted to analyze the world ranked university situations. Here I quoted few examples. One is collaborative open research education is the core philosophy of Massachusetts University, Britain. So this university created collaborations, industry collaborations focusing on national development issues, ensuring especially benefits for society and end users. So issues they have addressed is food safety, affordable care, and cyber security, etc. So these are national, very important issues. This university has directly addressed these issues through collaborations. Second example is technology transfer officer, so which is appointed by Inhill University of Technology in Netherlands. So this way, this strategy is used to transfer the knowledge to the small businesses. So of course, this is also an end user benefit oriented system, which is very effective for the university industry collaboration practices. The third example is, of course, working as a solution driven than curriculum focused. by the Aalto University, Finland. So they are working with the industry very effectively. Through this collaboration, this university has produced more than 3,000 PhDs by means of industry collaborative research. However, as far as Sri Lankan's situation is concerned, Sri Lanka State University could produce 164 PhDs in 2020. So this is, of course, only 2.82 registered PhD candidates in that year. So we have to think of the level of our the output rate. So the other example I could note here is the innovation network science park in Amsterdam. So this center is also a very active partner of new ventures, and also this center is creating joint ventures as well. Of course, University of Amsterdam provide very full support for the entire valorizing processes. Therefore, this university helps investors to establish partnership organizations. So very practical, and they are producing knowledge, and they help to apply the knowledge with the practical production processes. The other example I found is that the QU Leuven Research Institute of International University of Belgium. So they have employed a technical transfer officer who is managing their research valorization and forms of social benefits. Of course, this university has established several collaborations with industries and creating companies and support for high-tech entrepreneurships. They are having several incubators, business centers, and science parks as well. So these examples all very clearly show that there's industry collaborations are very effective and finding a solution for the practical worlds. They are directly related to the development of the country, the economy. So what is the level of Sri Lankans? What are the trends and trending establishment in Sri Lanka in this regard? So we examine it. So through web information of all universities. So I I observed how Sri Lankan national universities are performing. University of Colombo, University of Peradeniya, Sri Jayapura, Kelaniya, Morato, and all 15 universities are really improving certain development. For instance, all universities are having international conferences, journals, newsletters, research centers, international office they are maintaining, and several collaborations, especially the business link and staff research promotions, and all universities are equally having these establishments or improvements in recent past. And with this, universities have established very dynamic strategic establishments. For instance, I noted a few like business collaboration links, research councils, world-class university projects, ethical committee, intellectual property advisory committee, national institutions, university business links, technology and innovation support centers, research degree committees, entrepreneurs days, and so on. So this very clearly tells that universities, the National Universities of Sri Lanka is now currently starting their activities towards practical and very successful industry collaborations. However, in real application side, I observed what are the types of university industry collaborations and what are the motivations of public universities as well. So based on the academics ideas, I interviewed several academics and industry partners based on their views. It was able to identify several motivations, type of motivations. I classify them into 7 types. The first one is academics' personal motivation. Academics use to develop industry link with personal capacity and invite industry colleagues for guest lectures, resource persons for training, obtaining different information, data, seeking practical seeking places for student training, etc., etc. These are very personal requests by academics. Second motivation is motivations of firms, individuals from firms. They are also having industry personnel link with academics. So they are inviting academics for workshops, training of their staff as guests of honors of events, preparing proposals, etc. They are also personal requests by industry persons. Third motivations is academics common motivations. Under that, academics work as a team and invite industry colleagues for visiting lectures, guest lectures, a resource person for training, and so on. However, there are also academics common motivations, not individual. The next motivation is departmental level short-term motivations. Departmental level short-term motivations. Under that, department invites industry representative as visiting lecturers, research supervisors, examiners, guest of honors, for events, etc., etc. And also requesting fund for student CSR projects, scholarships, training and job placement for students, and so on. Other motivation is department level short-term or long-term formal motivation. Under that, department invites industries to be collaborative partners for department level conference, places for compulsory students training, industrial training in degree programs, stakeholder meeting for the curriculum developments, and so on. Next motivation is faculty level formal motivation. Faculties also invite industries as collaborative partners for conference, students welfare, such as financial assistance, accreditations of degree programs with professional bodies, etc. Final one, the seventh one, industry level formal motivation. Under that, industry represents industry requests from departments or faculties for staff training, business developments, market surveys, and so on. However, they are mostly one-time requests and primarily based on personal capacities or contacts. So it is also analyzed the processes. What is the process or steps of such motivations in universities? So also it was found that the first motivation, the process of the first motivation is like this. Using privileges of academic autonomy, academics are engaged in industrial work, seeking extra income, referee or recommendation letters, experience, and so on. So, however, no information is recorded in official databases in universities. That's the nature of the first level of first process. Second process is motivations of firms, individuals. Process is like this. Industry needs conducting surveys, awareness programs, training, consultancies, advisories, etc. So appreciation letters are issued, payments are made, personal networks are developed. However, no records are maintained at university databases. Third process is official, the academics common motivation. Under that, official letters are issued for appreciation or permissions. Some information are recorded for short-term benefit, such as producing monthly progress reports of the departments, evaluation reports, etc. The fourth process is under department level short-term motivation. Heads of department issues letters, information is recorded in department minutes. Sometimes faculty and the university level approvals are taken. However, these are situationally change. For instance, when a new head is appointed, previous link may not be continued. The fifth process under department level short or long term, short or long term formal invitation. University Senate approved appointment letters are issued. MOUs are signed by heads of institutions. Coordinators are appointed from both parties to monitor activities. Officially identified benefits are gained both parties. Some informations are recorded. Sixth process under faculty, university level, formal motivations. It is like University Senate approved appointment letters or appreciation letters are issued. MOUs are design. Coordinators are appointed from both the parties to monitor activities. Officially identified benefits are gained by both parties. Probably these are, of course, seasonal or one-time events. Dean's or vice chancellor's personal vision is very decisive for the continuation of such collaboration. So these are the 6 motivation types, and how these motivation types are processed within the universities, national universities at present. The study identified some prevailing issues and barriers as well. It is said that universities are bureaucratic systems, lack of practical experience among academics, mismatch of university and industry objectives. Universities are more interested in only teaching rather than the applications, lack of business passion in universities, delays in decision-making processes in universities, handling financial with universities is difficult, additional charges from universities in budgeting are some of barriers from the university side, and lack of interest in research and lack of theoretical knowledge, and very keen on allocations of resources, money, and benefits, expecting direct and speedy gains, expecting more work benefits from recruiting trainees at low salary, mismatch of industry time frame and university priorities through effective university-industry collaborations. It is also needed to strengthen R&D funding schemes. It is needed for entrepreneurial centers affiliated with every state universities in the country. And also it is needed to make compulsory for all university research centers to be merged with related industries. Finally, it is very essential. Universities should be empowered with enough mandate and resources to be the initiator of the university industry collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Aryavansha, for your timely important speech. So now we can move to a question and answer session. So first, if you have anything to clarify from Professor Asela, now this is the chance. So we can ask 1 or 2 questions, 1 or 2 short questions from him, because we have to finish the session by another 5 minutes. So anyhow, we can ask at least 1 question from each presenter.
Professor Fernando, our second presenter, Professor Vikramasinghe, is not joined today.
Okay. Thank you. So then we can ask any clarification from Professor Asela and Professor Aryavansha. Audience, do you have any question?
May I ask? I'm Prasad from University of Peradeniya. Actually, this I'm not going to talk too much. Like this industry collaboration in terms of humanities and social sciences is quite, I think, different. Like even now, program review manuals, we ask our universities to showcase their documents and the industry collaborations. They said that we are not deal with industries, like, So they misunderstood the concept. Like now we need to think about this industry like in a broader manner / like field experiences, relevant field experiences. Otherwise, people misunderstand. Like now, 2 eminent scholars presented very evidence-based manners. My concern is now, in humanities and social sciences, we need to do a lot of things at the university level. Theory building and that soft skills, like, so now how we are going to address this industrial issue, as Professor Dr. Asela Kulathunga pointed out this good data regarding this class sizes and whether we could do this. Like my point here is, can't we have collaborations with industries, whether they can do some training programs for us. Like even after graduation in Japan, after graduation, people are they are giving their training on the job training after the graduation. So in our people, we just misunderstood that we need to have products, very qualified people who can work quickly at the industry level, field level. But I'm thinking lacking part here is we need to ask industries to do on-the-job training, induction programs as well, rather asking us to do this and that, and that field now. For example, we are doing teachers, we're producing teachers. We have industry, school is the industry, special schools are the industries. But we need to do this is kind of different manner, like just, but I think Professor Shiranto also doing a lot of things with the industries, relevant industries, but we need to think about different point of view. I don't know, two eminent scholars can give me any suggestions, but my point here is we need to ask the industries to do the particular training program for our students as well, rather expecting kind of full-fledged workable, employable graduate after graduation. Right? I don't know whether my point is relevant. Sorry, taking the time. Thank you.
Professor Kolutunga?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still a doctor, so sorry, I think it's really. Anyway, now if I'm going to answer from my experiences, even for the engineering degree programs initially, we also thought in the same line. So we thought, okay, now we produce engineering science graduates so that they can be accommodated by the industry and give the job training once they join the different industries. Maybe 10 years ago, that was the idea we had in the faculties as well. But due to rapid competition available in the job market, and since there are many specialized engineering degree programs also coming in, not only from the state universities, but even from the foreign graduates, etc., industries pressurize faculties to have more competent engineers. Once they join, they don't have kind of a training period, so they should be able to adapt it to the system within short period of time. And since we had this implant training program inbuilt for many years, what we did was we tried to streamline that one to match with some of these accreditation requirements, some of the industry requirements, etc. That is one area we try to customize. But I think with these large class sizes and different way of different areas being taught and the theories being developed, I think that cannot be 100% same as engineering. But when it comes to the industries, actually they are not going to help us unless they have also some value of doing it. At the moment, what I think from our experiences, when it comes to the engineering, they are not ready to pay attention to that sort of training and then recruit people or give opportunities first and then see and then accommodate or absorb to their system, than trying to find good competent graduates for their system. And maybe they will do some management training programs, etc., for first 2 years, but it is not the mass scale training, but selected people will be getting the training so that they will be able to continue with the profession later on. So that may be due to the competition available in the industry. And on the other side, even though they have some votes for CSR, etc., unless there's a benefit, they won't do it. That's my understanding, and that's what I feel from my end, especially with this interaction from engineering degree programs.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Achela, for your clarification. Then we can ask one last question from Professor Aryavansh. Actually, I also pass out from a science faculty, even though I'm the dean of an art faculty, so I too have some sort of an understanding about the difference between science and art. Professor Aryavansh, what do you think about the redesign of humanities and social science curriculum to address this issue? I think for many of those our subjects, it will be able to introduce some few components that we can cater the market. I think very easily we can have industry collaboration. So what sort of changes that you can recommend to address this issue via curriculum changes?
You mean in social sciences faculties?
Yes, yes.
In social sciences faculties. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Before that, I would like to add a few things for the first idea, first inquiry, that is regarding student training and something like. So I think we have to identify this concept more than that currently how we have identified it. I think generating knowledge, disseminations, and applications of knowledge. So we should merge those three well. Otherwise, we are working isolatedly. So having request on training is of course not adequate. So industry, university, and society, as those university industry collaborative models explain, we have to understand that concept, and we have to fully merge all sectors together. Then only the academia, like we can get real learning, improve our side, and then only we can deliver the better knowledge. And then with that knowledge, so application side will be very effective. The producers will become more efficient with new knowledge. So that process should be activated. So to your point, how the curriculum, of course, for that we have to get together. The industry should come to the university, or we should go there, and we should understand what really needs. So for that, the industry's feedback, so industry's views, we have to get incorporated with that curriculum developments, and understanding of everyone's. Now, for instance, I pointed out that industry may expect very high things from the basic, the undergraduates, they expect sometimes high level. So that's their misunderstanding. So we produce the beginners of learning, having their graduated, they are really the beginners of the learning. So they have to learn the real world situation while they are working. So therefore, university's role is, of course, we have to provide the foundations, the basics of the knowledge. With that knowledge, they can work really. Therefore, industry contribution for the curricular development is very, very important. Very, very important.
Okay, thank you, Professor Arias. I think we are unable to ask any more questions because already we took 2 minutes from the other session. So we have to conclude the session. Dr. Roshini?
Yeah, at this moment, we have come to the end of the session, and I would like to thank our 2 professors who chair the session, and also 3 presenters, and also other all participants. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sandrikumar.
Yes.
Will we start the session?
Yeah, start. Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to our session, H session. I would like to welcome our chairpersons, Professor Masai sir and Professor Tusita Mendes. I would like to introduce them briefly. Professor Mendes sir, he has done PhD in archaeological and Master of Philosophy also archaeological at Kalaniya University, Sri Lanka. He has published many articles, research paper, national and internationally. And also, I thanks for you. And also, I would like to welcome Professor Masai sir for your present taking the chair of the session. So first is a Dean of Faculty of Islamic Studies at the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. He has done his PhD at Malaysia University. He has published many articles, research papers, national and internationally. I would and also I would like to welcome our presenters for your great valuable time to present in the paper. So now I think without further delay, I would like to hand over this screen to our chair persons, Professor Masai sir and Mendes. This screen over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandri Kumar. Professor Tusita Mendes, co-chair of this session H, the convener, the coordinator, paper presenters, and the ones who are presented in this virtual conference on humanities and social sciences education in Sri Lankan universities, issues and challenges. To mark the centenary celebrations of university level education in humanities and social sciences 1921-2021, organized by the Standing Committee on Humanities and Social Sciences, University Grants Commission of Sri Lanka. Actually, I am very happy and pleased to welcome you all. To begin this session, I invite the first presenter, Professor Kusuma Karnaratne, who is a Professor Emeritus, University of Colombo, received her Bachelor of Arts honors degree, first class, University of Ceylon, Peradeniya, and MA Essex from England, PhD and doctorate of literature, University of Colombo. She served the University of Ceylon, Peradeniya, and University of Colombo as a lecturer, a senior lecturer, associate professor, professor, and senior professor in Sinhala. She was head of the department Sinhala and Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, and acting Vice Chancellor of University of Colombo. She serves as a council member and holds several positions in the university system and other organizations. Now, Professor Kusuma Karunaratne will present her presentation on issues in publications in humanities and social sciences. Professor, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Chairperson, one more announcement. First presenter didn't come due to the unexpected circumstance, so you can continue the second presenter.
Okay, Professor Tusita Mendes.
Okay, sir. You are invite other person, other presenter. Okay, sir.
Second
First
presenter.
you are invite because I second presenter. You are.
Okay. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Dusyanti Mendes to present her research paper on repositioning the product and the process in research publishing. She is a professor in the Department of English, University of Colombo, where she teaches courses in linguistics, and language studies. Her research interests are sociolinguistics, discourse and genre analysis, language planning, and policy in Sri Lankan Englishes. Professor Dr. Dushanti, please present your presentation.
Good afternoon. As you can see from my title, the focus of my presentation is the product and process in research publishing. Too often the focus of the discourse of publishing is the end product, with little attention paid to the steps that need to be navigated before the final outcome of a publication can be achieved. Research publishing is, however, a journey with several stages between the beginning and the end. So one of the main arguments of my presentation, therefore, is that the research process is as important, if not more important, than the research end product. I will also argue that the recent emphasis on the quantification of research, which is the natural outcome of institutional pressures to publish, has had a detrimental effect on the quality of research, not only in the humanities and social sciences, but possibly in other disciplines as well. As we all know, research products or outputs are of high value for the individual as well as for the institution. For individuals, promotions within the university system are most dependent on one's research output. At the institutional level, the cumulative research output of a university impacts rankings at the national, regional, and global levels. Rankings are a relatively new phenomenon in tertiary education and reflect the competitiveness that has infiltrated the higher education sector globally. Sanchez comments that research productivity is a critical factor now when arguing for scarce resources, comparing academic programs, or when universities are competing with each other in global educational and research markets. I want to make it clear, however, that I'm not arguing that emphasizing the research product is necessarily a bad thing. My argument is that focusing only on the product with an emphasis on the quantification of research can negatively impact the quality of research. For example, financial remuneration schemes, which are closely tied to an academic's annual research output, can, in the long term, have detrimental effects on quality. A study conducted in Nigeria reported a rapid jump in submissions to predatory publications following the introduction of an academic allowance as an incentive per publication. I'm not aware of any studies done in Sri Lanka on the effects that our research allowance might have on the quality of the research product, but it is no secret that some faculty-level conferences and symposia are now held in order to give academics an in-house opportunity of presenting a paper so that they can satisfy the minimum criteria to receive their annual research allowance. The next point I wish to make is that a quantification of research products, if done by means of a common tool or metric, is not fair for the humanities and social sciences. You may remember that in 2018, the University Grants Commission issued a circular titled The Transparent Research Performance Scheme to recognize researchers in the university system. According to this circular, the scheme was devised to recognize research performance and rank researchers in the university system, and the ranking was supposed to be will be based on the value of an academic's H index, as reported by Google Scholar. Two objectives are fairly clear here. This circular is an attempt to assess research performance based on the quantification of research output, and it also aims to assess researchers from all disciplines represented in the Sri Lankan university system by means of a common tool of measurement, and that is the H index. The H index is part of the high-frequency vocabulary of the contemporary discourse of academic publishing, along with related terms such as the I-10 index, citation metrics, impact factors, etc. It was proposed by the physicist Jorge Hirsch in 2005 as a way of quantifying the cumulative impact and relevance of an individual's scientific research output. The definition of the H index is expressed in terms of a formula which you see on the slide here in red. In lay terms, or in non-mathematical terms, this means that a researcher with an index of H has published H number of papers, each of which has been cited H times. Now, proponents of the H index as a tool of measurement argue that because it is a common criterion that is applied to all researchers, it avoids subjective assessments. What such arguments fail to consider is that using a common yardstick to quantify research output in disciplinary areas as varied as, say, for example, humanities on the one hand and medicine on the other is both problematic and unfair because of significant differences in methodological approaches, types of data, discursive practices, etc. In fact, Hirsch himself, in his original article, makes no mention of using the H-index to evaluate research outputs in humanities and social sciences. He proposed the H-index for physics and only suggests that the H-index should be useful for other scientific disciplines as well. He goes on to acknowledge that there will be differences in typical H values in different fields, and that scientists working in non-mainstream areas will not achieve the same very high H values as the top echelon of those working in highly topical areas. This observation is very relevant for some humanities and social sciences disciplines. An area such as fine arts, for example, while not quite non-mainstream, is nevertheless very different from other humanities and arts disciplines in terms of research outputs. Some of these products, especially those in the performance aspects of music, dance, or theater studies, most likely will not be picked up and listed by Google Scholar, which is the basis for calculating the H-index. Similarly, publications in Sinhala or Tamil do not appear in Google Scholar profiles, making it an inappropriate metric of assessment for research produced in Sri Lanka. The second part of my paper is about the importance of paying attention to aspects of the research process, which can have a significant impact or effect on whether the final outcome is a successful publication. One of the principal characteristics of 21st century publishing is the extensive array of publishing options, both print and digital, that are available. Deciding where to publish can therefore be quite a challenge, made more difficult and even dangerous by the existence of predatory publishers. Because there is another presentation in this section on this very same subject, I won't say too much about it, except to direct your attention to the definition on the slide provided by a group of over 40 researchers working together, a group of 40 researchers from 10 different countries working together. I would also like to make the point that a lack of experience coupled with the pressure to publish make early career researchers particularly susceptible to exploitation by predatory publishers. Da Silva et al.'s finding that a majority of researchers submitting their work to predatory journals are from developing countries makes it all the more important to educate young researchers in Sri Lanka on how to recognize these types of predatory and unethical publishers. The next point I wish to make is the importance of adhering to ethical practices in the research process. This understanding is unfortunately still a little delayed in some disciplines of the humanities and social sciences in Sri Lanka. I would like to share with you an anecdote that illustrates this. In 2003, when I was completing my doctoral studies in the USA, I was required to obtain clearance from my host university's Institutional Review Board in order to conduct focus group discussions with human participants, which was a part of my data collection methodology. When I returned to Sri Lanka in 2004, I found that no one of my acquaintance who was using human participants for linguistics research, which is my field of study, was concerned about getting ethics approval for their research protocols. This was mostly because there was no mechanism through which the necessary approvals could be obtained, which also indicates that there didn't seem to be a need for such a mechanism. By 2014, however, just 10 years later, an ethics review committee for social sciences and the humanities was established in the Faculty of Arts of the University of Colombo. Obtaining ethics approval is not merely best practice today. It is now a requirement for publication in any reputed journal. It is therefore extremely important to ensure that your final product does not get rejected for a lack of evidence that you followed ethical practices in your methodology. As a teacher and supervisor of postgraduate students in my department, I have realized that young researchers often do not know when a formal ethics review of their research protocol is necessary. This brings me to the next important aspect of the research process I would like to discuss, which is mentoring. Mentoring, described as an intense interpersonal exchange between a senior, experienced, and knowledgeable employee, that is the mentor, who provides advice, counsel, feedback, and support related to career and personal development for a less experienced employee. This is an essential component of a novice or early career researcher's publishing journey. Mentoring relationships can emerge informally, or they can be a part of a formal program. My personal perception is that there is a lack of mentoring support for early career researchers in the humanities and social sciences. The faculties of medicine and science of the University of Colombo, in contrast, and as an example, have established formal mentoring programs, both to train mentors as well as to ensure that mentoring support is available for young researchers. This paper argues, therefore, that mentoring should be formally instituted and actively encouraged in faculties of arts, humanities, and social sciences. For mentoring to be taken seriously and viewed as an activity that promotes both self-growth and self-worth, it should be recognized and rewarded at the institutional level. Universities that expect a significant research output from their staff, therefore, should ensure that support is provided to facilitating mentoring and peer relationships. Mentoring can also be very useful in another aspect of the research process, the peer review. This is now firmly established as a necessary practice to ensure high standards of quality in the dissemination of research methodologies and results and findings. The peer review is an intimidating process not only for novice scholars, but for experienced scholars as well. This is because review reports can be harsh, confusing, unclear, and sometimes even unfair. But there is agreement in the literature that an author can disagree with the reviewer's recommendation as long as a suitable justification is given. But the question of which recommendation can be safely rebutted is often a difficult one for a novice researcher to gauge. This is where a mentor or an experienced co-author can provide invaluable advice and guidance, underscoring once again the importance of good mentoring as an essential aspect or component of the research publishing journey. I now come to the third and final part of this paper, which presents a way of addressing the challenges of the research journey that I have highlighted so far. Digital research publishing. Many of the world's leading universities, such as Yale University, Georgetown University, and the Ohio State University, to mention a few, showcase their research by publishing working papers on their website. On this slide, you see a definition of working papers given by the University of Essex, which is available on their website. Some of the advantages of working papers are that they give universities and individual academics ownership of their research instead of the copyright being signed over to a commercial publisher. Working papers also have the advantage of quick publication, peer review feedback, and the opportunity to engage in a critical dialogue with experts in the field. Most importantly, working papers is an open access strategy where more and more academics and researchers are turning to, as a more equitable means of sharing and disseminating their research findings. It is also seen, open access publishing is also seen as a pushback against the monopolies held by large publishing houses and high impact journals. It is, however, unfortunately, an underutilized initiative, as noted by May in this quote on the slide, where he says, one of the frequently suggested open access strategies, yet relatively underdeveloped in social sciences, is for professional associations to run peer-reviewed, disciplinary-focused repositories. With these advantages in mind and with a clear understanding of the challenges in mainstream publishing faced by humanities and social sciences researchers, the Department of English of the University of Colombo plans to launch a working paper series as part of its development-oriented research project, which is an award that was granted under the AHEAD project. It is envisaged that these working papers will disseminate research in multimodal formats, i.e., text, images, audio files, video clips, GIFs, etc. This will open up a space hitherto not available in Sri Lanka for highlighting research from disciplines such as fine arts and performance studies, which cannot be done justice to through traditional unimodal methods of research communication. The inclusion of a script of a dramatic production along with photographs or video clips of the performance, or a research article on dance illustrated with recordings of music and movement can be hosted on the site. Similarly, papers on linguistic research can be enhanced by the addition of sound files, spectrograms, etc. The working paper series is therefore an initiative that can address many of the issues and challenges that have proved to be obstacles in individuals' research publication journeys in humanities and social sciences disciplines. It adopts an egalitarian approach by not favoring experienced researchers over novices, and because anyone can publish a working paper, and it exploits the potential of digital technologies for the dissemination of multimodal research outputs. In addition, in Sri Lanka, where English is not the only language used for the dissemination of research publication and information, research publishing should incorporate the ideals of inclusivity and diversity by allowing for equal prominence to be given to academic outputs in Sinhala and Tamil. A digital platform can accomplish this with ease. With technology moving at its current pace, the future holds many more possibilities and modalities for research publication than even 20 years ago. Repositioning and reconceptualizing both the research process as well as the research product will thus be necessary and ongoing activities. And the directions in which future publication journeys will move will be determined by new generations of researchers to whom we need to give an ear now. These are my references. Thank you very much for your attention. And I would like to acknowledge with gratitude the assistance that I have received from affiliated researchers of the Department of English's DOR AHEAD project. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Dushanti Mendes. It was very interesting and very informative with some valuable informations. And I would like to thank you to conclude your presentation within the time limitations. Thank you very much, Professor. And it's time to welcome our final paper presenter, Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, to present her presentation under the title Increasing the Visibility of Sri Lankan Humanities and Social Science Research Publications through Web of Science Co-Collections. She is a Director, National Institute of Library and Information Sciences, University of Colombo. She has a PhD in Library Information Science from University of Wales, United Kingdom. Masters in Information Studies from University of Canberra, Australia, and Master of Arts from University of Colombo. This is to you, Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please give me a minute to enlarge my presentation. Yes, I'm going to talk about the visibility of the Sri Lankan Humanities and Social Science Research Publications in the Web of Science co-collections. Why I am interested in these particular collections is that because two important UGC circulars, number 916 and 921, refers to these collections, and they expect the applicants for associate professor and professor, as well as deputy librarian and librarian, to gain more marks by publishing in recognized index journals. And recognized index journals are described as Science Citation Index Expanded, Social Science Citation Index, and Arts and Humanities Citation Index. I'm not going to talk about Web of Science in detail because all we know that it is a subscription-based database. And it has 7 major collections in addition to various other collections, and 2 of them, which I have indicated in black, are relevant to social sciences and humanities. The methods I used for the study is to try and access the 2 co-collections to do a direct search, but it was not possible since we do not have access to the collections. And then I moved into search the list of journals included in these co-collections, which is freely accessible, and also I searched the book citation index, and when moved into previous research based on Web of Science related to Sri Lanka, and an alternative citation database to check the availability of Sri Lankan journals. And my search in the co-collections, 4 co-collections, provided these results. These co-collections have been updated on 17 November 2021, and each number of titles in each collection is indicated, as well as the total number of journals covered by 4 collections. It was established that one journal published by National Science Foundation is included in Science Citation Index, but no Sri Lankan journal in social sciences and humanities are included in the 2 indexes of social science and arts and humanities citation indexes. There are 5 journals, Sri Lankan journals, indexed in Emerging Sources Citation Index, including Sri Lanka Journal of Social Sciences, published by National Science Foundation. And Book Citation Index is also the same. It is not full version is not accessible, and I did a simple search to find what books from Sri Lanka are included, and the word Sri Lanka in the title was searched, which is within the limitations given, and 45 books out of 60,000 plus books were retrieved, and these were published by very high quality international publishers, but could not go beyond that. But I'm sure that there will be more books included in this book citation index from Sri Lanka. And previous Web of Studies, Web of Science studies done on Sri Lankan publications prove that we have 2 studies, but completed about more than 10 years ago. One study completed in 2007, covering the period of 1973 to 2007, established that there are 6,000 documents from Sri Lanka in Web of Science. But the important thing, they have established that there is a slow decrease from 1973 to 1997 and faster decrease from 1998 to 2007 in appearing Sri Lankan publications in Web of Science. It would be interesting to study what the trend is at present. And the second study completed in 2011, completed covering 1999 to 2010 period. It has concentrated only on journal articles and conference papers, but no domain specific details. Established that altogether there are 3,370 documents, and 2,442 are from the university sector. Then I moved into visibility to check the visibility of publications in the Scopus database, which again is a subscription based database, which includes 39,000 plus journals, and out of that 34,346 peer reviewed journals, including 210,000 books. And this is the outcome. I have listed. The findings are based on December 2021, and the total publications included in Scopus from each university is listed, together with the number of social science publications and arts and humanities publications, including their percentages and the percentage of other publications. And the composite bar chart clearly visualizes the volume of arts, social sciences and humanities publications in comparison with the other publications from each university, which is relatively small. Scopus book list, which is updated in July 2021, was also checked using the same strategy. And I came across 222 books included in it, published by Springer, Routledge, University, various university presses, etc. Then I had a question as a librarian. Where are the publications contributed by the social science and humanities scholars? Because it has a very active publishing group, books, conference papers, as well as journal articles. However, it seems that social sciences and humanities, more books are popular than journal articles, and more publications in Sinhala and Tamil. However, the circulars do not recognize the books citation indexes. Therefore, even the books get indexed in them, they are not counted or ignored. And books written in local languages are not counted in the international databases at all. Excuse me. Issues related to the two core collections very few journals compared to Science Citation Index expanded. Social Science Index contains about 1/3 of the Science Citation Index, and Arts and Humanities collection includes about 1/5 of the Science Citation Index expanded. And these titles also are highly specialized by region, by domains, ethnic groups, etc., leaving very little for general authorship. And also language is English, therefore less opportunity for humanities and social science scholars to publish in journals covered by these two co-collections. There are some other barriers as well with regard to skills and support. Lack of skills in research methods, data analysis and writing in English, because these journals expect very high quality manuscripts. Lack of time to engage in quality research and writing. Lack of support to develop their skills like close mentoring and guidance. Negative attitudes, fear of peer review, ignorance, and also preference for quantity over quality to publish as soon as possible and higher numbers. And then access to quality information and tools. Lack of information resources despite the availability of 3 high quality databases provided through the UGC consortium. It's better if we can have more. And lack of experience in using these quality databases and the articles included in them to enrich one's own manuscripts when writing, and lack of access to other research support tool like data analysis software, language support, similarity checking, etc., because not all universities have equal amount of resources in these areas. And also identifying journals to publish. Most of our research scholars engage in topics relevant to the Sri Lankan context, which is not of the interest of international readership or publishers or journal editors. Therefore, the scope of getting selected to publish is limited. And lack of suitable journals to publish in the relevant field. Lack of experience in identifying good journals to publish, and the risk of submitting manuscripts to predatory journals are some of the barriers which we have in this particular field. Excuse me. My conclusions. The presence of humanities and social science publications in the co-collections is invisible at the moment. No Sri Lankan humanities or social science journals are indexed in the co-collections, but one appears in the Emerging Sources Citation Index. And no recent studies on Web of Science-based humanities and social science publications. Presence of humanities and social sciences in Scopus is low, but there are more books appearing in the Scopus books indexed. It's difficult to collate even the national volume of publications due to lack of tools and resources. Therefore, the total volume of humanities and social science research publications is not clearly visible. I have made some recommendations to increase the visibility at national level. Collaborate with the National Library to convert the printed national bibliography, which is the most comprehensive document that includes the publications of the country within a year, into a searchable database to provide better accessibility to discipline-specific data, and to initiate the Sri Lankan Citation Index to increase the visibility of citations to Sri Lankan publications, which can be an alternative to the international citation databases. At the same time, we should not ignore the co-collections because they are of very high quality. To improve the quality of all Sri Lankan journals, especially humanities and social sciences, so that they would be considered by the Web of Science, in this endeavor, we can follow the 28 selection criteria followed by them to improve the quality. and also increase the quality of books published in Sri Lanka, at least English books, so that they also can be included in the respective indexes. And to overcome the other barriers in humanities and social science research, develop research writing and language skills of the staff and students, increase access to high quality resources and research tools equally across the universities, provide influential guidance to avoid predatory journals and select authentic journals to publish. And I also would like to recommend that we conduct more studies on the inclusion of research publications in various databases to measure the contribution of the humanities and social sciences discipline. And instead of depending on STEM oriented tools to measure the productivity of humanities and social sciences, I suggest to recognize the domain specific variations in the humanities and social sciences and expand recognition to include Scopus in addition to the two co-collections, and to recognize books citation index of Web of Science and Scopus books, and also to recognize emerging sources citation index, which already includes Journal of Social Sciences from Sri Lanka. In implementing these recommendations, I see three levels: personal, academic discipline, and institutional, because this is not an endeavor which can be handled either by individuals or even a particular department or faculty or even the UGC alone. So we all have to get together and work towards increasing the visibility of social sciences and humanities publications, which is at the moment hidden quite a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, for your valuable and nice presentation. I would like to thank you for concluding your presentation within the time limit 15 minutes. Thank you very much again. We have come to the end of the session. Now it's time to the discussion. I think we can go to until 1:10 p.m. for the discussion. I encourage everybody to raise questions, clarify your doubts, and put forward your feedback regarding the two presentations which were presented in this session. Presenters, you can answer the questions from the audience.
So if we don't have the question, we can conclude. I think time is out of running. So any question you can ask participants.
If you have any questions or clarifications or other recommendations or comments on the presentation.
Well, I don't have a question, but I'm glad that Professor Dushanti shared some of my views in a presentation about mentoring and the quality of presentation. So I think there are more people who are sharing the same thoughts, and let's hope that we can do some positive contribution to for the improvement of social science and humanities publications. Thank you very much. And I must apologize for my coughing during the recording. I hope it did not bother you all. Thank you so much.
It's okay, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayatunga. I really enjoyed your presentation as well. And I'm glad that both of us, what we said was dovetailing with each other. And as you said, it's very important that there are more people on the same page, because there is a decline in research in social sciences and humanities. As you very correctly pointed out, your statistics were quite alarming to me to see, and something needs to be done. definitely.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Professor Tusita Mendes, you have something?
No, I have no any question because I think 24 plus participants were participated this session and they have any question. I think that's very important.
Hello, I'm Sunetra. Am I audible?
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, actually, first of all, I must thank both presenters actually for their insights. Very timely topics being discussed. I wonder, actually, my question is to Dr. Pradeepa. You have mentioned that it is good to have Sri Lankan citation. Have you ever seen in other contexts similar kind of interventions being made?
Yes, of course. We have Indian Citation Index. It is a very comprehensive and complicated process of gathering all citations to Indian publications. So what I mean is something like that, because we have more Sinhala and Tamil publications which are not recognized by these international indexing companies. They are only keen about English language. So we don't have, and especially in humanities and social sciences, more papers and books are published in Sinhala and Tamil. So that is why I recommend that we should have something like that for Sri Lankans. Because we do publications, we have research, but some of may not be up to the standards, but these are hidden.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. If we can go for such kind of thing, I think so. And also, I would prefer the idea brought by Professor Doshi also with regard to the H index. I think so. With the current, latest UGC circulars, so UGC has to revisit these, the measures so that they are going to implement for, each and every discipline. So it has the domain specific characteristics need to be taken into consideration. Actually, I must thank both of you for actually bringing out those insights. Thank you very much for the chairpersons as well. Giving this
Chairperson, may I
Thank you.
say something about? I have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
All right. I think very interesting. Thank you so much for be with us today and very interesting presentation. As far as this, the publication is concerned, I know Dr. Pradeepa should know about that. Now we have started under the National Center for Advancements of Social Science, NCAS. Now we have set up a committee to actually enhance the quality and the standards of the humanities social science journals in Sri Lanka. So now we have set up a committee and committee is working on that. So first of all, actually what we are going to do is we want to really gather the information, what kind of journals that we are publishing in the field of humanities and social science, both three languages, Sinhala, Tamil and English, and try to bring them into a kind of a standardization. So that is one of the main tasks of, I have set up a basically, separate committee to work on that, including Professor Dr. Vijay Tunga as well. So now we have taken some measures because we know the issue on the quality of publication in our, in our field, particularly humanities and social science. There's a big variation from, from different languages for the local languages and so on and so forth. But I don't know much about, but I have a concern about this whole kind of, I'm sure you basically discussed this issue, predatory journals. You see that one of the key area where actually the quality of our publication and dissemination of knowledge actually in kind of very cheap kind of publications, and people even pay for dollars for publication, getting a publication in so-called predatory journals and claim for marking and get the professorships and so on. That is itself actually drastically reduction of our quality of our academics, researchers, and so on. So how do we actually do that? Then also another issue, plagiarism and so on. These are very, very interconnected. Basically need to be those issues need to be addressed if we are very serious about enhancing the quality of our publications. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any question or clarifications?
Professor Isilva, if I may say something, were you expecting a response from either Dr. Wijetunga or myself to the last question you asked as to, what to do? I mean, definitely there is a problem, as you pointed out so correctly, but what can be done to sort of stem the rot, as it were, and raise the standard of publishing in our disciplines? So if that was a kind of a question that you threw out to us, I think one of the things where promotion schemes are concerned is that there is a responsibility on the people who are doing the assessment also to be careful when they're assessing the research portfolio that comes to them. So it's not only the fault, if we can call it the fault, of the applicant or the candidate, but it is also a case of the evaluators either not knowing what a predatory publication is and not being able to recognize one, or saying, well, this person needs to get their professorship, this person is going to retire in 1 year, let's just give it to him or her. So I think there's a problem there as well, and that is something that all of us collectively need to take responsibility for. Thank you.
Professor Dushanti, I think in regarding to UC now, we have as a UGC actually commission member, I want to really say something about the measures. One of the measures we have taken actually in regarding this publication, because you remember that earlier we want summon up actually the evaluators, examiners actually at the promotion, the final, you see the assessment, because they were really marking stuff and sent back to the marks, and they were not really participating in the final assessment. Now, actually, even we have changed that. Basically, now those who are really assessing research, two examiners can present at the final evaluation. So there, if you have some disparities and so on, even UGC representative and other experts can raise the issue. And before you calling actually applicant, you can make all this adjustment before you avoiding the actually procedure, whatever, promotion, right? So now that decision we have taken to at least to basically reduce those, the giving low quality kind of stuff at the university level. So that this is immediately we have done a circular, that will implement very soon. I'm sure it is already implemented, I would say. Thank you.
That's a very good initiative, sir. That's very encouraging, because this is a question which arises when evaluating material, and it's very good if the question whether the publications are published in predatory journals is asked at these forums. Thank you, sir.
Yes, we have Professor Farzana Hanifa to ask something.
Yes, if I may be permitted, I just wanted to say that there is a assumption, I think, that research and publication, or research and producing papers that are of a high quality can be done quickly. I think it is really essential that we normalize the fact that it's a really long process, and that people are not discouraged by the fact that they get one set of comments and then they get another set of comments from journals, and that the review process takes a really long time in some high quality journals. So I think we don't have that practice, we don't have that sense that is okay. I think that we need to normalize among our junior colleagues. Thank you.
Yes, working on deadlines. Yeah, deadline. I think working on the deadline, because now I have just completed the edited volume. I know sort of difficulties I went through to get those on time. You see, now that's a professionalism, I would say. You as a researcher or a publisher, you must be very professional, you see. Otherwise, I don't think that we can have a very sound academic publication in this country. Because if you are not really, if you publish international reputed publishers, you will be chucked, you know, if you are not actually stick to the deadline. So unfortunately, we have this ane mang heta dennang anida dennang. I have, you know, araka duna una haduna covid haduna. So they can couple of excuses in our system, right? Because our system cannot be worked because they give various excuses and so on, lot of sympathy and so on. I don't know. You know, that is something. It is how you can say it is a part of our culture. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Sorry.
Professor Masahir and Professor Mendes, can I say something? Can I just respond to what Professor Hanifa
Yes,
raised?
yes, please.
Yes,
please.
I think it's very important that we take into account the fact that in the social sciences and humanities, yes, it does take a long time, not only to publish, but even to write a paper. Because if you look at the high-end journals, they want 8,000 words. Some want 9,000 words. Some want 10,000 words. That's not easy to do. And many of us are publishing as single authors. Maybe we have one other author to help us, but it's mostly single author publications. So writing an 8,000 word paper of high quality is not easy. And that is why I argue again that the H index, using the H index to assess us in the humanities and social sciences, along with the people in the STEM sciences, in the STEM disciplines, is not fair. Because if you look at medicine and science, for example, you will find that many of the publications, most of the publications have about 5 or 6 authors. It's very difficult to find a single author publication. I went through some Google Scholar profiles of our own academics at the University of Colombo, and in medicine and sciences, you don't get single author publications. The most you can get is maybe 2 authors. Everything else is 5 or 6. They're teams. And also the length of the papers are much less than what we are asked to do. So there has to be some way. I don't have an answer to the question, unfortunately, but there has to be some way in which there's a balance, or it's more equitable. We should not be compared against the STEM disciplines. It's not fair by using the same metric. Thank you.
Professor, can I make a comment?
Yes, Professor.
Yes. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to raise a point. Yeah, it's a very interesting discussions with regards to the publications. Now, as we are administrators in the university, we are grappled with the problems of having to face the challenges of fake journals. I mean the predator journal that Professor Prema Kumar was talking about. Now we have the issue of clone journal. You see, people are coming up with various strategies to get their papers published as quickly as possible by paying their money. You see, clone journals, maybe the original journal, maybe somewhere, but people tend to find out some clone journals available in India or somewhere, and get their paper published in those clone journals within a short period of time. At the end of the day, they are applying for promotions by using those publications in the clone journal, you see. So therefore, CVCD and other forums, even the UGC, I believe that are in the process of framing a policy on a wide list of journals, preparing a white list of journals to, erase all those kinds of, predatory journals and clone journals. Maybe in the future, UGC will be able to come up with a strategy of introducing, white list of journals, so that for the benefit of academics, for the benefit of genuine academics, so that the academics will definitely get their papers published in a genuine type of journals, so that will definitely bring changes in the university system in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comment. I think it's time to wind up this session. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Over to you, Sundar.
Thank you, sir. Let me thanks for our chairpersons, Professor Masai, sir, and Professor Mendes, sir, for your great time you spend this session, technical session. I think thank you for that, and also thanks participants presented for your valuable presenting ideas to share this technical session, and also the participant for your comments are very highly appreciated to enhancing the knowledge of this world. I think the publication also making there some problems. We will get some idea from in future. I think we can do many work. I think so. Thank you so much on behalf of the UGC organizing committee. Thank you very much. This technical session will be over. I think next technical session will start after the lunch 2 o'clock. Thank you so much, sir. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.